Is my microphone not muted? Is my microphone... Fantastic. Okay, let's continue, shall we? I made a couple of minor patches to... Well, not so minor. Patches to the space trucks. I've added... Just so that we're not having to have that circuitry on board because the hull stress budget is so tight. I've added this circuitry to the places where they land. Which is just to say, if you're already at your destination, please don't launch the spaceship. So we're going to have a standard with these designs whereby green wire from the spaceship console signal output is going to trace to the spaceship clamp on the right, and the red wire from that clamp is going to go back to the spaceship console input. So that's going to cut down a little bit on combinators in the ships themselves. Maybe we'll end up adding some more logic to these stops. I decided to stop, probably, using the don't launch until the bots stop moving logic, because otherwise we're just not going to get the ships launching for a while. And I've changed the chests in the ships themselves to buffer chests with a static logistic request so that we can read contents and we can launch the ship based on whether it's full or empty. You would think with that logic we wouldn't necessarily need this don't launch unless you're don't launch if you're already at your destination thing, but we actually had a spaceship come to Morpheus. I can only infer that this is what happened, but I think what happened is it landed and then immediately took off with the destination being Morpheus because it was still because it still had 0 core fragments in the chests. And then it immediately landed again, or rather it would have, except I think what happened is it jumped into space around Morpheus, took a bot with it. The bot then put a little bit of beryl core fragments into the buffer chest because it had nowhere else to go. And then it had four beryl core fragments sitting in a chest, and therefore was no longer trying to either go to Morpheus or go back to Nauvis. I guess I could just set this to... No, that's not going to be any good. Unless we go to the trouble of programming some latches, which... again, more combinators than I want to use in the ships, and it would be a pain / I just don't want to program that on the outside. The other reason I don't want to program stuff on the outside, this is okay because it's going to be universal across ships that are using this, well, any ship actually, but ships that use this port. Having the ship not launch if it's at its destination, I don't think we're going to have too many ships that we don't want that behavior. But things that we program in, like destinations, I want those to be programmed into the ship, as opposed to having a ship that's like a blank slate and it gets sent from place to place by the places that it lands at. Motorax, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I actually built a third space truck, slightly by accident, which is to say, I copy-pasted some updates from the other two ships onto the one that we had sitting here in Nauvis orbit, and that included the circuit conditions, so it immediately took off. So now we have 3 space trucks heading for Morpheus and back, which is fine because I intended to get probably 5 in order to keep up with the core mining drills. Whatever the case, I'm going to keep adding them until we're bottlenecking on the drills as opposed to the ships, I think. I just wanted to check as well that all of the different ships have different IDs. That copy-paste isn't going to mess anything up. So this one's number 5. 5, 2, 18, 6, 4, 12. I don't know if you can change those, and I wouldn't want to. As long as they're all unique, it's fine. Okay. So, what should we work on today? I also updated this gantry here so that it's no longer a sort of prototype for having ships drop stuff off here. Instead, we're using it to build ships. So we're now requesting everything from the rail network here that it takes to build a ship. And we can build one in 2 easy steps. First, we just paste a blueprint so that it puts the floor in place. And after that, we paste the actual buildings and stuff. The only thing that I'm concerned about at the moment, though, is will it launch while it's still being built? It'll have to have both engines built before it can possibly launch by accident, not to mention the clamps. I'm surprised we don't have those here at the moment, though. Let's see. We've definitely got them whitelisted so that they don't get removed from the logistic network. And... oh, I set the request threshold too low for some of these items. That's why. So, I don't think they're already on the way because this train was already coming. But there should be another train scheduled to come here in just a moment. But that does still leave the question of how do I make sure this doesn't take off prematurely? Will it take off if there's a ghost in there? I hope not. I might even have to add some circuit logic to say, don't take off without fuel. It shouldn't be difficult to... where's one of our space trucks? We could read the fuel tanks into the clamp on the left. And then we could have logic on the outside. Different ships are going to have different amounts of fuel, though. But maybe we just have a different gantry for each type of ship. We'll see what happens. Hey, Veldak. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We'll see what happens with this ship auto-building. And if it doesn't take off prematurely... Here's a great example, actually. We've got everything except for the nuclear reactors. Checking console floor connectivity. Containment. No tiles something. No tiles found. Connected to a properly enclosed console. Is it not properly enclosed? Oh, it's still missing the clamp. Okay. What I really want to know is if we have the clamps, but the nuclear reactors are missing, for example, will it still launch? But I think the train is probably going to bring nothing but ion boosters? That's weird. We obviously don't have any nuclear reactors here at the moment. I am requesting 10 nuclear reactors in the network. 0. Wait, do we just not have nuclear reactors here? I thought we did. We have 7. Why do we have 7 nuclear reactors? Let's see. Don't tell me we haven't manufactured them here yet. It's probably... Yeah, we probably got them from somewhere else, that's why. Okay, let's consider nuclear reactors to be part of spaceships. And since the request threshold over there is 10, I'll set that to 10 as well. So once this ticks over, let's hurry it up. Alright, we're making some reactors. Fantastic. All the better, perhaps, to... Wait, we still have no clamps. Okay, can I handcraft clamps? We need aeroframe and heavy girder. I think I would like to make sure the clamps get there first, as an experiment. Do we really not have clamps here already, though? Clamp. Spaceship clamp, 30. Okay. So the train should already be picking them up, perhaps? We're a bit busy picking up other things at the moment. I think every ship has to be launched manually for the first time, exactly to prevent auto-launching mid-build. I thought I had a ship launch by itself earlier, though. Let's find out, regardless. I don't suppose I'm just going to see clamps lying around somewhere. Maybe I should make some dedicated chests to store them. Okay, request clamp 10. Where's my remote? Did I not? Did I get them already? Yeah, I did. That was fast. Okay. Hello, Admiral, Overclock, and Sigma Beam. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How many ships does it take to be an Admiral, anyway? Our artillery ship is very, very ready to go. We should probably go on a little errand with that one shortly. Okay, so the clamps are in place. Oh! Okay, then. And it is flying away to Morpheus as fast as it can without any nuclear reactors. That is suboptimal. So I'm going to switch off. The only trouble is the constant combinators here include the clamps. I'm just going to change this one temporarily. Orbit 317. I can't do that actually. Planet 316. If I do a negative, it's going to not count it, right? So then hopefully I can just put that as a negative for the moment so that we can keep that information. I don't have to remember. Nauvis orbit, fantastic. Okay, so we're going to have to adjust our blueprint so that the launch signals are switched off. Or at least the one that says if barrel core fragment equals 0. Switch that off. And update our blueprint. Select new contents, like so. Include tiles. Fantastic. That should be fine. I'm just going to have to remember if... So there's no way to detect if the nuclear reactors are missing, for example. So we are going to have to launch them manually. At least 2? What's at least 2? Oh, and where's our ship? Oh, it's still coming back. Okay. So... we have set it to automatically come back here. Oh, the number of ships to be an admiral. Really? I would have thought it was more like... well, I don't know, a larger number. Okay. So are we getting... we probably haven't made all of our reactors yet. Oh, we've got 10. So the train should be picking it up pretty soon. There it is. Fantastic. Okay. And here's our new boy. Oh, what? No, no. Stop, 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 stop. Don't launch if you're already at your destination. How dare you? Okay. We're gonna add the same logic that we added to, Morpheus and Nauvis. Because we can't afford to put the combinators on the ship just yet. Okay, so where's our ship? Lapwing? No, I don't think so. We'll switch this back on. And it should be receiving a do not launch signal because it's already at its destination. Fantastic. Alright, and we've got our nuclear reactors. I dub the space truck 4 and 5. Virtue. Okay. So I'll just... Well, I could dig up the blueprint, or I could copy-paste this across. If we're full, go to Nauvis. That can stay. That's fine. And if we're empty, go to Morpheus. We should have a pair of spaceships on their way now. And here comes Space Truck 1, carrying 48k barrel core fragments. No stray bots, surprisingly enough. And what's our ETA here? Maybe I want to watch it. 5 seconds. Yes, let's keep an eye on it, shall we? Beautiful. So the other thing I did was just got rid of anything except for requester chests at the destination. I could maybe do something convoluted here so that we've got requester chests closer to the ship, and then when the ship leaves we could insert those into purple chests. But with enough bots, this should be fine. On the other hand, the further the bots go, the slower they are. So I'm a little bit torn as to how to go about this, but it's probably more than fast enough, right? Maybe? How fast are we unloading? Still got 38k. I'll think about it. In any case, the only storage that we've got here is just having some extra requester chests. So the moment this gets full, the ship's just not going to leave that quickly, which is fine. If we really want storage for the core fragments, we could store them somewhere else. Or I could have, like, a belt and chest system here, which I don't really want. I might have to put more roboports here. Oh, I did already. What have we got? 575. Logistic bots. It's not the worst, but I really would like it to unload the ships faster. Let's get our construction spiders down this way. Wait, where did I leave them parked? Oh, yeah, this was... I figured out what was causing the lurching towards the end of the last stream, and it was some old train stations. As we're emptying the old walls, we're using the logistic network to have trains come and pick up literally everything that was in the logistic storage system. The way I had it set up earlier was if there's something in this chest, then this station will be enabled. But especially if we have a blue inserter versus a stack inserter here, and the train is parked here while this is being slowly emptied. Once we get to the point where this is empty every swing, it causes the trains to repath every single time an inserter swings here, basically. So that was the problem. We've run into this problem before. I just forgot that some of the old trash pickup stations would be set up that way. Now then, construction spiders are going to get stuck. Let's make them walk around the water. And what I would like them to do is, I think, add some requester chests here, purple chests here, stack inserters, and we'll request whatever this ship is supposed to be ferrying. Damn it, I lost track of where the ship fits. It should be symmetrical, though. Here? Hopefully we're not going to mess that up. And over here as well. So if we're detecting anything on this green wire, we know that there's a ship there. Therefore, we'll have those inserters set to not do anything. Okay. What I might do as well is... Whoops. Morpheus. I think it's about time to stop using the cargo rocket silo. I need to turn these belts around, though. So this one is obviously fine. We're getting 33 per second from each belt. It's actually 26 per second from this belt. I think we could probably do to belt these things a bit closer. So we'll put some... I was going to say put some purple chests here, but we've already put that storage there. It's close enough. Yeah, I think we'll just have a row of purple chests on the side for each of these once the autosave finishes. And I'll actually split and merge the belts. Rather, merge and split. That should be overkill. Where are we putting this? It's not quite right. It's a pretty good fit. And... I was just going to put this here, but we need a splitter. I should just turn these around instead of deconstructing them. Fantastic. I guess the splitter's gonna be... Let's just put it here, I guess. No, that's kind of silly. Let's put this here. One tile off. And this goes here somewhere. Okay. So we can get rid of this one. And this around. That's not quite right. I need to move this substation, but it's got wiring on it. What do we need the wiring for? I think it's just the accumulator charge, but it's connected to this thing as well for some reason. It's probably fine. Oh, there it is. Accumulator. And we're also connected to the cargo rocket silo. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that anymore. Okay. Should probably do something about taking the uranium-238 away as well. I think with the way I've set things up now, I can actually connect all of our logistics as well. I was using purple chests with the spent uranium fuel cells, but we actually want those picked up at home base, so those have become passives. I kind of want this taken home as well, but it's kind of a hassle. Alright, let's... I think we can remove this substation. And I'll add a splitter over here to get rid of the old stuff. Don't need that. Is this okay? What? Oh, we've run out of accumulator charge. No, we haven't. We disconnected this. Cool. So why is this one still stopped? Because this bit of belt is backwards. Need some spiders up here. I don't think we've got a remote for them at the moment. And let's see if my hypothesis is correct that we can rejoin these logistic networks without any trouble. I want this stuff taken somewhere else. That should be fine. Alright, that gives the bots a whole lot less ground to cover. And apparently gets rid of our logistic chests over here. Probably because they're being carried by the spiders now. Right then. It seems like we're actually bottlenecked on the belts of the miners themselves, as opposed to the bots at the moment. Otherwise these would be filling up. How many inserters do we need to pick up an entire belt? I'm guessing 4, by the look of it. Yeah, 4 seems like enough. And we need to have... Well, I would prefer to have plenty, like several times the storage of a full spaceship. What have we got? 3060 times 4800. 288,000. And we're stopping at 250,000. That should be fine. We could calculate it a bit more precisely. How about 2040 times 4800? 192,000. And there'll be a little bit of extra in the purple chests. Actually, no, we need to make sure we don't completely fill the storage chests, so that the bots have somewhere to go. So we'll call it 190,000 or so. About 180,000. Extra safe. That should do it. That's definitely looking better. How much power do we have to spare here? Half a gigawatt. That's bearing in mind that we've got the condenser turbines contributing as well. Actually, they're not connected. Yes, they are. Okay. I'm beginning to think I should use the buffer chests that supply the nuclear fuel to carry certain items as standard, like the stuff that we need to make nuclear plants, core mining drills. Basically, we could put a bit of a kit in here for A, resupplying an outpost, and B, growing it. So not only will our space bus be picking up 48,000 core fragments in one trip, it'll also be bringing whatever's needed to maintain or grow an outpost. That is incredibly convenient. Viva spaceships. So I guess all that's left there is to figure out a shopping list of stuff to put in these chests. We can use most of 2 chests, so call it about 90 stacks of whatever we want. That's quite a lot. That's nearly a fifth of a cargo rocket. And we can just casually carry that back and forth all the time, just in case. We're already bringing bots for resupply. So I think we just look at our shopping list of what we typically put in a cargo rocket to make a new colony. And just tone down the numbers a little bit. That's really cool. This is getting close, I think, to a design we want to use for our standard, let's call it a pickup station. I want to add water. We are very slowly running out of it here. We actually run out of water faster than we run out of ion stream. Possibly because we're not able to tell it to not use the condenser turbines for a power source underground. Which is fine, I suppose. Apparently we don't have a space pipe to ground here. Perhaps we should have it include everything that's going to be part of the station, for starters. I'd like to include some hazard concrete just for some aesthetic, so we don't just have a blank space where the spaceship goes. And we could maybe even use the different types of concrete to illustrate. Refined concrete is a bit of a pain, but whatever. We just have to manufacture it. Okay. All of that aside for the moment. Our ships are actually in transit. How are they doing? Space Truck 2 is trucking along just fine with a full load. Actually, let's have a look. Space Truck 2 is about a fifth of the way back or more. And the next one is a bit more than half full. So I think we've actually got enough space trucks already to keep up with these core mining drills indefinitely. Fantastic. Next, I want to set up space trucks to go to Varus and back. To do that, I really want to get a blueprint from Morpheus for our resupply area for the ship. I guess we don't need these roboports to be quite so far away. Actually, it does kind of help. I think they would be recharging here if they didn't find something else to do by now. Alright then. Need to get some water. Here is some water. That was easy. Which remote is it? Okay. So things might change a bit, but this is basically the design we want to use. I'll just put the pipes for the liquid rocket fuel out of the way here. And I'm thinking there's a bit of an asymmetry here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. Let's bring these a bit closer, shall we? Well, they should probably be even closer than that, to be honest. Although the standard combinators that I've put here are a little bit in the way. It's fine, the bots can keep up. That's the main thing. Actually, I can do this early. The bots will move all of the barrel core fragments where they need to go. Okay, so that's going to go there. And it's looking symmetrical. Alright, blueprint. Except for this part. And all of this is negotiable. And we don't need the spaceship itself, actually. Let's try to thoroughly get rid of all of that. Nuclear reactor. We don't need the entities that have the spaceship settings. Arithmetic combinator, of course. Oh, right. We do need these two combinators. Storage chest, space pipe. We don't need regular space pipe, just some undergrounds. And the only undergrounds we need are here, here, and here. Laser turrets. Where are those? Oh, right. The ship. The front of it. Green chests be gone. Accumulators be gone. Pumps be gone. Except for this one. Oh, I need to... I'm gonna have to start over if I put the condition in for the pump so that it doesn't overfill this thing. I'm gonna try to just remember to do that. Actually, I could have put this over here so it's more... It's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to remember to do that when I place the blueprint later. Pylon substation, not this one. None of this. Did we get it all? 1, 2, 3, 4 regular bits of pipe. 1, 2, 3 underground space pipe. Pipe to ground doesn't go on the ship. Storage chest doesn't go on the ship. Belt and inserter doesn't go on the ship. 2 clamps, 2... Okay, I think we've got it. So we're going to call this... I could use a train station for an icon. Train stop, spaceship. Standard pickup. And I just need to change the filters to fish. Actually, I'll change the filters to something even less likely to actually get something put in there. Can we get the spiders to build this so I can edit it? Not the clamps. Kinda needed the clamp. Oh, we've got one. Fantastic. Let's connect this here. And I forget the value that I settled on for how much water we should put in one of the tanks. Let's see. 24,500. Okay, 24,500. Fantastic. Change this filter to... Can we set it to, like, deconstruction planner? Yeah. Well, we do end up with some of those physically. What's the one thing? Perfect night glasses. I might have to consider using these, considering how dark things are since updating. Morning, Hex. So JMO, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How about unit capsule small biter? We're definitely not going to be making those. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, let's update our blueprint. Where is the blueprint? Here it is. Select new contents. This needs to move down a tile. Select new contents. And I'd love to include some concrete. Uh-oh. The ship might land here. The ship might land here. Stop. Hurry up. Select new contents. Go. Save. Delete. Fantastic. What's the one thing you'll never make? Probably some kind of ammo. I would say firearm magazines, but we have to make those for science somewhere. But yeah, there's a few things we could choose from. Did they buff discharge defense? I remember it used to be completely useless, and I think I heard they buffed it, but I never tried it. It would probably be a lot better if it activated when they hit you or something. Yellow ammo will be made for science, but what about green ammo? Green ammo's actually good. I never use shotguns, actually. They're not bad, it's just not my style in this game. Okay, so let's make another couple of space trucks. And once they're built, we'll program them to go to Varus. I'm going to change their buffer chests, well, the ones that supply the, what am I trying to say? The buffer chests that supply the nuclear plants. I'm going to change those so that they request the stuff that we need to make the station, basically. maybe some other stuff. Okay. Let's check. Varus is automation signal moon 280. It's a moon? I forgot. It's so big. It's not that big. At all, actually. How big is Varus? 1310. I don't know why I thought it was bigger. That's actually pretty small. And yet, it's, like, one of our biggest sources of erudite. It was Moon 280, wasn't it? Okay. So when we are empty, target is Moon 280. And I just realized we're going to have, depending on how I set things up, because of the drama with the different chests, the way I'm setting it up at the moment, well, not just for that reason, is we have a different block to receive each resource. Yeah, I think we'll just have a different clamp ID. I already set this up, actually. It's going to be clamp ID 4 for core fragment erudite. So this is going to be ID 4. ID 4. I should change this. Create a copy. Space truck. Morpheus. And wait, what? Didn't I change the name? Morpheus. Save. Okay. Create copy. Space truck. Varus. Save. Now let's actually set the conditions for it. Clamp ID is going to be 4. Pickup destination is Moon 280. That seems pretty good. How much water do we have here? Oh, I need to limit the water. And here as well. Water, less than... Actually, the first time we fill it, we're not going to have a problem of water here. But I'd like to be extra safe even so. 24,500. Connect to this. Fantastic. Once you got the lightning gun, why would you ever use the machine gun? Not sure. We all need to go from yellow machine gun to favorite weapon, with nothing in between. Oh no. I need to set this to ask for 4,800 erudite core fragments. Where is it? It's so hard to tell with some of them. And read contents, fantastic. Core fragment erudite equals 0. Core fragment erudite equals 48k. And then... and then I want to include... I don't think we need to carry 100 bots for each trip, right? So let's remove the bot requests from this one. 1 stack each. I do want 100 uranium fuel cells in each of these chests. We're also... I forgot to put this in the blueprint library. I'll put the... At least for now, I'll put the spaceship stations in the same blueprint book as the spaceships. So let's see, we need purple and yellow storage chests. I think I'd like to just include every type of storage chest. Since this is going to be resupplying the outpost in case we want to expand. The bots can carry 3 things at once, right? So if we set the request to 47, they're not going to go over. Over the stack size, that is. Let's just double check. What is our robot? Cargo capacity +3. That means they could bring 4. Okay. How about we just go... -5 from a stack size or 2 for every item. Because I want to use up potentially every stack that we're going to have available here. So we need 5 kinds of chest. What the... This list is going to get kind of long, actually. It's also going to steal things from the outpost if it doesn't already have it in the ship, but that's going to be fine. It's as long as they're picking these things up from home base. It's going to be a long list. Maybe I should just focus on things that go into this blueprint first. So we need both kinds of underground pipe, some regular pipe, superchargers, belts, inserters. Supercharger, belt, inserter. Let's just do all of the types of inserter for now. How many stacks is this? 2, 3, 4... they're all 1 stack except for this one, so we've got like 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We can fit 20 more in this chest. Should have put the pump with the pipe, but what are you going to do? I want the nuclear reactor stuff. over here. How much does this stack to? I can't read it that way. I think it only stacks to 10. Oh, a bot can't carry multiple of something that has a stack size of 1, but that's not what this is, actually. Let's just ask for 5. And we can set a request on the other end if we need to. Feels wrong. Condenser turbine. Check, 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 check. We need clamps, pylon substations, and combinators. We'll just throw clamps in here. More than 5 seems excessive for clamps, actually. Pylon substations. Let's include pylons in that as well. Combinators. Let's add some lights, why not? Maybe some mines? What are we up to here? 440 minus 5, 6, 7. So 33 stacks. 32 stacks. Is that going to be enough already to make this? Yes, I believe it is. Cool. We should also bring roboports along with the supercharger. Why does superchargers stack much, much better than roboports? That seems kind of weird. Let's put the pump over here. Alright, before we get too carried away with that, we should make sure... Can I see what things are being requested here? I don't know why bots aren't being supplied into this chest right now. They should be here. Available, that's fine. Actual numbers. So we're requesting logistic bots and construction bots based on what's in the logistic network, not what's in the robot network. It's saying we've got 44. Oh, don't tell me. The stuff that's in... The stuff that's in here already counts, of course. Okay, so in that case, we should definitely make sure we're requesting more than would fit in 2 of these. So let's go for 100 logistic bots. And 100 construction. Whoops. Make it 150 just to have a buffer. Repair packs would be good to throw in here as well. Obin, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Rowanks, name and base, absolutely. Good to see you again also. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, E on the end. ZC. Going backwards. Do we have a C already? Surely we do. I can just turn this into a C. That's pretty good. N A W Oh, it's already in the robot network. Most of it is. RE. Fantastic. Let's get our construction spiders in range. And one more name and base. Beautiful. And REWAN CZE. Fantastic. Okay. What else are we missing here? Pumps, regular underground pipe, robo networks. Let's see. We're going to need some more constant combinators. We've already got the pumps. We're probably just not requesting enough. 100. Roboports. Do we have those here? No, we don't. Let's say 20 roboports and 50 superchargers. Yesterday, built my first intergalactic vessel in my K2 plus SE run. I call it the Flying Dutchman. Nice. Okay. I don't think we have any blue belt up here, which is probably fine. The only trouble is, if this thing goes to the destination first, on its first trip it's going to steal from the outpost. But I don't think that's a particularly big deal, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really want to bother setting up automation of blue belts in space, or have them delivered here. At least not yet. So we should already have condenser turbines. We just don't have enough being requested. We need more than 10. Or perhaps I forgot. No. Let's make sure we request a few more reactors. Almost forgot solar. Actually, we'll probably request significantly more solar and accumulators as we can build those out at the destination. I'll put those on the second chest. So what's next? What are we doing? Inserters. Storage tanks we should already have. Heat exchangers, they're not special, they're just normal heat exchangers. Let's bump those up a bit. And what was the other thing? Storage tanks? We've already got some pipe to ground and underground pipe. We need some regular underground pipe as well. Do we have those here? I don't think so. But we can very easily make them. Pipe. Make it 200. Okay. Are we not requesting regular pipe here? We definitely should be. Clamps, pumps and inserters. Clamps we should already have, we just need to bump up the request. Pumps we have. Inserters and combinators and lights and power balls. Okay. Where are the clamps? Let's go for a stack. I need to add inserters to this mess. Oh, and I just realized I need to set a blacklist for all of these things over here as well. But I think I might just get lazy and I was gonna say I'll copy paste this. Just take all of the negatives out of this and paste it in here. Which is fine, except I do need to increase if I set these negatives that go into the set requests where we're reading from the logistic network, it's going to mean that anything excess of, for example, 150 storage tanks, it's going to take away. I don't want it to be that strict, especially when we're going to have spaceships coming in with extra items. So, well, there it goes. What I might just do... Whoops. No, stop. Stop. No. Too fast. Okay. Request a chest. I might just be super lazy here and say arithmetic combinator. And each times 2. Output each. We're going to get rid of all of these positive signals here. Really, I should just be running a wire across here if I'm going to do that. So let's put down a regular pylon. I'm going to have to remove the request threshold. These 4 signals aren't going to do anything if we're sending them as a positive to set requests, actually. What? Wait, what? No. Why? Did I put those in as positives? Yeah, I did. Okay. So now we just have to update one set of combinators. We're requesting from LTN, and then we're saying if there's more than, let's say triple. If there's more than triple what's supposed to be in here for any given resource, we can remove it. So what are we getting rid of here? Repair packs. That doesn't quite make sense. Oh, we've got a lot, actually. Hold on. Does it report repair packs as including what's in the roboports? How many repair packs do we actually have? There's 504 here. I don't think there's any in these chests. Okay, there should be some repair packs in here, 96. So that's 600. And how many are we requesting? 200. So yeah, it is counting the repair packs that are in here. I could either set a really high request for repair packs, or I could ignore it. Make it so that the repair packs don't get put in here unless something is actually repaired. Yeah, I think I'll just set a high... Well, for one thing, I can get these out of the roboport. We don't actually have any mechanism to insert them directly in there. So that'll get sorted out. I don't care if we end up with a couple of repair packs in here after damage is repaired. Okay. Yeah, that should work. So where were we? Inserters? Combinators? Lights? Should we bring recipe and crafting combinators? I'll leave a gap for them in case I decide to later. Maybe even power switches. Oh, that reminds me. The slight increase we've had in UPS, I think we can probably attribute to getting rid of lots and lots and lots of power switches. Apparently having separate electrical networks adds a bit of stress to the old UPS. Although I really should have done some measurements before and after if we want to be scientific about it. But it's definitely been increasing a bit of late. F. Guitars. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. So... I guess that's enough for now. No, we should include, like, mining drills. Okay. But don't want to use a bunch of stacks on core mining drills. Let's go just one drill. Less than a stack of big mining drills. Less than a stack of each type of module. Hey, Ragamuffin. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Wide area bacons. What else? Let's consult our previous lists of stuff that we need to take to make an outpost. So that's this one done. Defenses? Maybe. I'll see how much room is left. I think if we're taking defenses, we'll probably end up making a battleship type thing that can build stuff around it. That's definitely what I want to aim for the next iteration of this. Or maybe just sort of a different design where we only have the one... Maybe instead of artillery wagons, just the one artillery turret, which is technically smaller. It's not... It's wider, but it's half the length. The storage capacity is way, way, way less, but instead of storing shells in the artillery wagon, we could have it insert a... I don't think we could use circuit conditions to decide whether it's time to shoot the artillery shells. Or we could maybe have it controllable by remote. Anyway, the idea is we'll have some artillery there, but we'll have it not fire until we build a little fortress around it. Battleship? Indeed. Wait, what? Are you trying to force me to make a battleship command? What would it even do? Just link to a screenshot? Or maybe you sunk my battleship. Anyway, before we get too distracted, I almost forgot pylons. Let's put them in this chest. I didn't forget pylons. Fantastic. I did forget to add them up here, though. Let's go with this. That should be a negative. And pylon substation. Actually, this is the one where we want multiple stacks. I wonder too. Okay. Can we get a few more? I've actually got 5 pairs of exoskeleton legs. Okay. We're not doing cargo rocket sections. Cliff explosives. That's a good one. Let's add that. Kind of want to keep things together thematically, but it's a bit late for that. Cliff. I really wish you could click and drag these things around to reorganize them. Cliff explosives. And we need to request some of that up here. I don't know if... if we're making that over here, though. Empty barrel explosives grenade. I think we can do that even if we haven't already. Let's see. Cliff explosives, 0. Let's throw it down here with the rest of the explosives. Okay. So we've already requested that. Fantastic. Coal mining drill, check. Umbrella. As long as we have room for it, I really do like the idea of making it so that our cargo ships can just throw up a colony. Although we'd have to add a roboport to them to make that happen. Definitely something to consider in a future iteration, or maybe a dedicated type of ship would be better for this. But we could definitely have them carry an umbrella just in case, God forbid, something happens to the first one. I don't think we need cargo landing pads anymore. Signal transmitters, installations, and ammo. Absolutely. Let's put this here. We could even include delivery cannons. Not delivery cannons, I was thinking of... Oh yeah, this is a delivery cannon. Weapons delivery cannon. Now I think if we're going to set up weapon delivery cannons in another system, it's going to be a whole different ship that does that. Ammo. I do wish you could tell the bots to be precise about how much they put in, so we don't have to sacrifice a little bit of each stack here. Rockets? Maybe. We'll see. We've already done these two. Solar panels, I'm going to see how much space we've got left. We've done this, this, this. We'll see for the oil processing. But probably. We've already done chests. I haven't done steel chests. We might need some. I don't necessarily see why, though. Probably not. Oh, I almost forgot. Signal transmitters and receivers. Wait, what are they stacked to? 20. Transmitters stacked to 20 and receivers stacked to 10. Okay. Anyway, we don't need more than a couple. So that should be that one done. Fantastic. Inserters, belts, check. I'll just double... Oh, we haven't done landfill. Reactor, heat pipe, exchanger, and turbine. I think we haven't actually done turbine, we've done condenser turbine. And... yeah, the condenser turbine is really only going to be... Well, I say it's only going to be for the spaceship, but what if we actually want to build something in space? I'll take a bit of both. I'll put these down here. Turbine... what's it stacked to? 10 and 10. I'll take 5 of each. plus whatever the bots deliver in one go. Reactor, heat pipe exchanger, we should already have. Fantastic. Landfill. We can't carry a whole lot of landfill, I don't think. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stacks. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've got 30... not 34, something 4 to go. 24. No. It was 34. Okay, we've got 34 stacks remaining. Wait, did I use all of this yet? Why do we not have clamps here yet? I want to see this filled up so it's easier. Clamps. Are we not making clamps right now? 20 spaceship clamps. Let's make some more. I think that's the problem. Yeah, we may as well overproduce a few of these things. Spaceship walls we've already overproduced. Floor is fine. Consoles, reactors, doors. And this is more than enough for... Well, I think only the ion... whatever. This is fine. Okay, there goes our clamps. I guess I could add, like, a little walkway here. Spaceship's not gonna, like, destroy it or anything, right? Bonk. Let's get our construction spiders to drop off that scaffolding. Okay. I don't think our... No. Yeah, I don't think I particularly want to set up a supply chain with ships when we still need to bring rockets in. Preferably. I'll think about it. I'll see how much space is left over. So, what are we missing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 stacks. And we've got 10 left. So we can fit 4 more things in the first chest. How about oil stuff? Chemical plant, stacks to 10, stacks to 10, stacks to 10. Okay, let's do 5 of each of these. Got bonk, indeed. And we've got 1 more stack available on the first buffer chest. I could throw ammo in there. If we use the wall designs that we've got, uranium ammo is a last resort. So we shouldn't have to resupply it quickly. What's the best candidate for something we've got 1 stack left for? Maybe I'll just leave it for now. Okay, so solar accumulators, landfill, and military stuff. remains. And we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14 stacks. 34 stacks available. We could go 10, 10, 10, 4. Lasers. Indeed. How about... How many different things have we got here? We're not going to do that stuff. I should update the wall design for late game space exploration. It's really just going to be for securing like the home base of a colony while the spiders and maybe artillery clears out the rest. I don't want to, if possible, have a planet where we've got a permanent like border that we have to maintain. This would be... Well, 300 is kind of a lot. 34 stacks. Okay, so 6,000 landfill is obviously 60 stacks. We can't provide enough landfill in one go to make a new nuclear plant, but we're not bringing enough to make a nuclear plant in one go anyway. Why don't we just bring, like, 5 stacks of landfill or something? Just build more Battleship and surround your base, indeed. Verio, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's just do like a stack of each turret, wall, ammo. 50 wall. A little bit less, so we don't overfill the stack. What's next? Artillery turrets, maybe? Then we have to supply shells. Shells take up a lot of space. But we've got like 5 ships going back and forth between anglers. We're probably gonna have a few more going back and forth between Calamity and Calidus. So a small bit of resupply from each ship is probably sufficient. Alright, so we're gonna go uranium ammo, shell, we'll see how much room is left. Rockets. And solar and landfill. So what do we got here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 23 stacks. We've got half the chest left still. Why don't we go 10, 10, and 4? And 4 stacks of landfill. That might be a bit excessive for solar. It's probably fine. Nah, I'm happy to have solar build itself out gradually. Whereas I really want to have enough landfill to do a big hit all at once. So I'll go like 2 stacks of each of these. How much was it? 60 stacks. We need more than a full chest to do a new power plant all at once. I'll just go like 20. 20 stacks of landfill. Okay. So 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 1, 2, 3. We could have one more bit of artillery in there. The only trouble is we'd need requester chests to take these things, if not having the bots build them. But we can work that out. Okay, I think that just about does it. I would actually like to update all of our current spaceships, or the space trucks anyway, with those settings. So this is Space Truck 1, Space Truck 2, Space Truck 3, Space Truck 4 is where exactly? I need to set you to high priority. And Space Truck 5. Fantastic. Are you into deep space science packs yet? Not just yet. We're having a lot of fun with spaceships that we've just got. Well, we haven't just got spaceships, but they're still pretty new. Okay, so I'm going to update my blueprint for the Varus. I'm just going to call this Varus Space Truck. And that goes there, that goes there. Wait, I did update it, right? No. Ah, okay, crap. Okay, changing these combinators will be trivial enough. I just need to copy the requester chests again. The buffer chests, rather, here. And then we're going to change core fragment barrel to core fragment iridite. Read contents. Core fragment iridite. Core fragment iridite. Is the destination still Planet 96? I don't think that's what we're looking for. Varus is Moon 280. Moon 280. And I need to update the anchor I'll just double check again. Is it number 4? Yes. Anchor number is 4. I guess we could use anchor to target left clamp. We could use the anchor target of 2 when we go to our pickups. No, it's going to be much simpler to keep track of everything if we just use 4 for iridite core fragments, for example. I didn't need to change this one though. Oh, I didn't. Okay. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and 4. This is mode. The mod is called Space Exploration. Okay. Moon 280. That seems good. 316 planet is Nauvis. We've got our buffer chest settings. Fantastic. Alright, so I want to select new contents. I won't include the space platform scaffold. Entities tiles. Yes. Fantastic. Looking good. And I also want to update the name of this one. Although, maybe it would be better to... maybe it would be better to leave the destination blank in the blueprint and just call it Beryl core fragment space truck versus iridite core fragment space truck. Well, for now, there's only one place we're getting those. Okay. I think we're ready to launch this thing. Except... at the destination, we don't have a landing destination yet. So we need to make sure we've got absolutely everything we need to build this. Storage chests, 2 kinds of underground pipe. Storage chests, 2 kinds of underground pipe. Supercharger, purple chest, inserter. So far so good. Substations and pylons, clamps. Combinators. Straight pipe. Might be good. I need to request it. Okay, let me just double check how many stacks this is. 11, 20, 30, 41, I think. So we should still be well within... well short of overfilling the chest. So now I need to update that in the blueprint as well. Spaceships. Ferris space truck. Select new contents. Get rid of the space platform scaffold. And I think we're good. Alright. So the only thing we're missing here is blue belt. We'll have some of that at the other end anyway. There's no pressing need to build any of this when we get there this time. I'll set up a supply chain to bring those things. Oh, hold on a sec. Is this a problem? If we're going to have any storage here... No, I don't think it is a problem. The problem with storage here was trying to store the core fragments before they go to the train station. But we're not going to take from the buffer chests into storage. We're only going to take from the buffer chests into requester chests. So the ship will stop here if it never fully unloads. Let me just get that destroyed. What's this train doing? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. That'll sort itself out eventually. LTN didn't know that we had any stone in this station, and it took a really long time to find out because we weren't exactly managing to saturate our sand production for a long time. This one, on the other hand, we're asking for 95,000 stone, and we can fit, I think, 115,200. And these unload equally. So I'm not sure how this happened. Well, I'm not overly concerned about it. It will sort itself out. We could probably reduce the requests on these, though. Let's see. 90,000. Fantastic. Okay. So... check, 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 check. I think check. And combinators and pumps. Pump. Combinator. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this ship has everything it needs to build... a loading thing around it. It doesn't have a roboport itself, obviously, but we do have a construction Spidertron on this planet. The bots will supply it with whatever it needs. I can just change the logistic requests on the Spidertron as needed. The only other problem with this, though, is we pick up core fragments as well as iridite from this planet. So, unless we're going to set up a mixed pickup, which is going to be a bit of a hassle, trying to figure out when the ship is full is going to be a problem if we have different types of resources being put in there. So I think we'll just set up, like, one for iridite and one for iridite core fragments. But for now, I'm only particularly concerned about the core fragments. Honestly, I feel like I could just let the cargo rocket take care of the erudite. Hey, Hughes Mike. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay then. I think we're ready. Let's launch this thing. And to do that, I just need to switch this combinator on. If everything's set up correctly. I wonder what it's going to do when it gets... It's going to be waiting for a manual drop if there are no clamps. So it should be fine to just send it. And why not both? Oh, we should give it a name as well. What's this? Space Truck 6? Or should I give it a name that includes the place it's ferrying resources back and forth from? Yeah, it'll be more succinct as well. I think I should call this Varus 1. And... because we can always change it later. Not that I don't think we'll ever change where these ships are going back and forth to, if they're picking up core fragments, that is. It's going to take a little while to warm up the first time. Oh, it's already running. Forget I said anything. Yeah, it seems they've already got the reactors warmed up. Okay. In that case, I want to find our other space trucks and rename them. Morpheus. Space Truck 2 becomes Morpheus 2. It's going to be easier to find them. Maybe I should... well, I guess if I arrange them alphabetically, they'll be next to the planet. Or if I just give them the same priority as the planet. Let's see. Morpheus 3. Morpheus 4. And last but not least is Morpheus 5. Fantastic. Okay, so in our list, we've got Morpheus at 99. Yeah, we can always sort by spaceship if we're looking for spaceships. So let's do that. I think I might still keep Joyride up the top. Battleship, second. Okay. Let's just sort by spaceship. I want to check. So Varus is... 99 as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fantastic. Okay. Sort by ID. I mean, priority. That's not really what I had in mind. It's probably fine. I'll have a think about how to do that. You know there is filter button for spaceship? Yeah, I just want to figure out how I want to order things, like, most of the time. Probably not quite like this. I'll probably go back to having the spaceships up the top, honestly. Unless I set up a specific priority for every different planet, then I could have all of the Morpheus ships under Morpheus. Is sort of what I had in mind, but it doesn't do that with the same priority. I was hoping it would sort by priority and then name, but it's kind of arbitrary. Alright, let's make a couple more of these, shall we? Varus space truck. Goes here, goes here. And once the floor is in place, we can throw that down. And once the whole thing is built, we just need to flick that combinator. Oh, and after they are supplied. I should probably put a charger here. Alright, we good? Off you go. And off you go. Oh, wait. I probably didn't let it fuel up enough, actually. Hippogriff. How much fuel do you have? That's plenty. Okay, we're good. It actually fuels up pretty quickly. So this is going to be Varus 3, and I'll just double check the other two have as much as I hope. Spaceship. Varus 1, I'm sure has plenty of fuel. Varus 2. These two were sitting there for a while, so no worries there. Varus 3 has plenty. Ion is the main thing. It can get... we can get water and liquid rocket fuel at the destination. This one is actually still warming up, which is what I was talking about before. So now the condenser turbines are just starting to kick in. Now it can go a little bit faster when the accumulators charge up. Magi? Oh, that's... yeah, that's going to be Varus 4. But we haven't got enough tanks here right now. Okay. May as well lay out the... the floor for the next one. And the buildings as well, for that matter. Fantastic. Alright, we'll give that some time. In the meantime, I would like to do some more Battleship stuff. Let's see. I should get rid of this ice that's in my inventory. Actually, once I use the cryogun, it's gonna pile up a little bit more. Don't need a rocket launcher anymore. And I don't need rockets. Personally. What do you expect me to do with that command? Okay. Oh, I should save the changes I just made to the player loadout. Fantastic. I might carry some extra glacier ammo and maybe Tesla gun ammo, because that runs out pretty quickly. Let's just check on our spiders on Alessandro, make sure they've got... Oh. Make sure they've got plenty of rockets. Looks like they're fully loaded. Fantastic. What was I coming back here for? Ammo. So I want an extra stack of each of these. Are we not making Tesla gun ammo here? I guess not, because... Well, we were making it up here. But we've gotten rid of everything. Yeah, we need to automate this. So this only requires holmium plate and battery. That's actually easy. Oh, both of these are easy. Wait, I thought... this must have been for something else that is made in a electromagnetics facility. But I thought we needed ion stream. It's to make the Tesla gun and the railgun, but not the ammo. Okay. In that case, it's actually pretty easy to make these things. Let's go. Tesla. Gun ammo. I thought we'd already have it, actually. I guess not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this right now. And railgun ammo. Plastic. Oh, got it. And speed it. And that's that bunch of railgun ammo that I just carried over here earlier. Alright. Let's head over to our battleship. Honestly, great command. Yeah, you gotta have bonk, right? It's practically mandatory. Right, pick up the speedy. And off we go. Oh, let's turn off the automatically come back home button. And off we go to Alessandro. And I think I'll just hydrate real quick. Okay. I'm glad we ended up with an overabundance of stone. I'm hoping core mining from everything else is going to be enough to get iron, copper, stone, etc. when we ramp things up. Alright, 27 seconds and we're there. How long till our... Oh, it's almost... it's got to go a long way, actually. The Varus one is ETA 50 minutes or more. Probably over an hour, considering it's going to slow down sometimes, because there's more asteroids. That's fine. Didn't set the signal, the input for railgun ammo? Back at the mall? It looks okay. Oh, it's the Tesla ammo. So, good thing you made me check anyway, thank you. Oh, we're here already. So the question is, where do we land? Whoops. Preferably somewhere we can reach a lot of biters, but also has a lot of defense. If I landed like here, does it crush the cliff? And would we then have a really cozy spot? Kind of curious. This spot wouldn't be... it's a bit small. It does squish the cliff. Interesting. This spot could be pretty good. Let's send our spiders over there first. We'll have them squeeze through here. Actually, just run over this lot. Get the center. we can only reach, like, so far, even with manual aiming from the center. Oh, what's this? It's nothing. That's a ghost. Yeah, I want to hit as many targets as possible with auto-aim. And have them crash into the cliffs. I mean the center of the biter area? What, as in land on a biter nest? I don't think you can do that anymore, I think I heard. But getting a really good spot in terms of... Oh, is this a bit small? Let's find out. That is a little bit tight. Still going to be pretty vulnerable from the south. I want to force them to go to the front of the ship. We could also throw out some more laser turrets once we're down there, but I don't want to be relying on the laser turrets, to be clear. Oh, I can just hop around like the... Okay, great, that's much easier. We can really see where the ship will fit pretty easily now. This would probably be pretty good. There's a bit of a lack of a wall up here. No, I think this is the spot. We could add a few extra turrets down to the south. Skymunga? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so where are we going? Over here? Hi, by the way, lol. No worries. I think the biter attacks should be tame enough when we first get there that we can go ahead and land already. But I should put on my power armor. Oh, it's not charged. Oh, that sucks. We're gonna have to wait a minute. Not as long as I thought, but still. Thank you for the follow, Nucleo Mind. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's check on our spiders. In that case, they're actually almost there already. In that case, we can definitely land. Right about here. Get the spiders to sit on top of the reactor. A few extra laser turrets down the bottom. Pylon substations are amazing. Put some up here, actually. And here they come. Where are my lasers? There we go. Fantastic. How you jump over the cliff? With the jetpack? It's part of the SE mod. Maybe I should bring some walls for these things. What's my Roboport range? Not quite good enough. I think I should swap out one shield for another Roboport. Yeah, that's much better. Just double click. Yeah, I've got it bound to a thumb mouse button so I can do it easily. It's going pretty well. I'd really like to get another artillery range upgrade. What would that entail? A new military science? But we would get another 30% range. Is that plus 30% of what we've got, or plus 30% from the base? I'm guessing it's 30% of the base range, right? This is actually really good terrain. Except the lasers are, of course, taking some damage down there if I don't intervene. Protect them with cryogun? Yeah, I should use that a bit more. If I throw some walls down here, is that going to affect the way the spitters get themselves in range? Yeah, it's kind of confusing them, I think. The only trouble is they're hitting us on multiple fronts at the same time. That first spot that we used when we did this the first time, there really was no beating that. Where was it? I think it was here, maybe? There was literally just one way in for a tiny little fortress. Going pretty smoothly. Oh, that's a big one. Alright, seems they're slowing down a bit. Kills innocent bugs? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there'd be half as many on this planet as there turned out to be. And they're camping on top of our oil. Alright. Seems we've been through the worst of it for this location. Nice. How low on ammo are we? Not very. But I found it's much more time efficient. Uh-oh. It's a lot more time efficient if we just wait till the attacks stop and then park the ship somewhere else. In which case, we may as well send it back to Nauvis orbit for a complete resupply. Oh, I also forgot the minor detail of... I brought some rockets. And we can get the logistic bots to resupply the spiders. Still quite a lot of them to come. Taking their sweet time. How do you go by your name and be this chill? I guess Factorio is mostly a relaxing game. Squidra Gaming, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I wondered how the Federation of Planets is expanding its influence in the Alpha Quadrant. Bogs on you. Oh, we've got some actual threat down here. Okay, we're good. The moment you don't pay attention, that's when they tear something up. Thank you for the follow, Squidra Gaming. Let's refresh our ammo there. Alright. Have we just about finished with the retaliation attacks? Seems like it. How many rockets do the spiders still have? All of them, actually. That's fantastic. They didn't even go through... Well, let me get a clearer look. We've still got... Oh, wow. The chest is mostly still full of rockets. Let's pick this up again. Pick up our extra laser turrets. Don't destroy the cliffs. No, not that it really matters. Can never get those back, though. And I'll leave the spiders here for a moment. We'll stay around this planet. And anchor to... Well, we don't really have to go far. But we've still got all of the rockets. I'm thinking... where should we go? Can we go here? Oh, that's looking good. That's looking very good. Let's bring our spiders up here. And our auto artillery range. There's not that much in auto range still, but it's fine. It will be assimilated. Uh-oh. On second thought, a bit more space between the ship and this cliff on the side might be better. Also, apparently I have no jetpack. Oh, I can't jetpack through spaceship wall for some reason. Okay. One more over here. Is this out of range? No, it's not. Not even close. We know we're not going to be attacked from this side, so why don't I put the spiders more to the right over here? Really is super effective. Good morning, 7-8. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Look at our dino destroying all the natives. Yeah, my bad. I didn't think there'd be anywhere near as many of them when the threat level said 33%. Doing very well. How are you doing today? Yeah, not bad. In a bit of pain from a dental issue, but other than that, doing pretty well. I'm taking enough painkillers that I actually have to keep an eye on the recommended dose. Tooth pain? Yeah. Alright. Shouldn't take as long this time for the biters to finish attacking, I think. We didn't hit as many nests. I could use manual aim to hit a lot of these, but then we're just gonna have to wait longer than usual. Well, ow, 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 jeez. If these shields weren't really powerful, that would have actually killed me. Interesting mod, indeed. It's a very good mod. Alright, do we have enough for one more? I should think so. Let's put the logistic bots in. Resupply our spooters. We've got 94 plus 55 shells left. It's actually quite a lot. How much rocket fuel do we have? Oh, plenty. Yeah, this moon is relatively small, so it doesn't take that much fuel to take off. Let's pick up our laser turrets. And launch. I should put some construction bots in and have them repair stuff next time as well. Where should we anchor this time? That is probably pretty effective, actually. Let's get our spiders to join us as quickly as possible. And add some more laser turrets. Is it possible to overdo it since we've just got the one nuclear reactor? Probably not really. Uh-oh. Don't destroy any spaceship-specific things. I don't have any on me. Okay, I think we're fine. Spiders are on the way. I actually ran out of laser turrets, though. Fantastic. Alright, this laser turret right here cops a lot of flak. Let's move it a little bit. Can you modify your ship? Absolutely. I could even modify it right here and now if I wanted to, but it's not really the time or place. How much range do we have? Oh, a lot. Yeah, I think we're going to use up the rest of our shells now. In fact, we've only got 4 left. So we've got way more than enough fuel to take off and, at least on this small planet, take off and drop down again as many times as we need to use up all of our ammo. That's a big one. Can you place, like, the lasers on the ship itself? Yeah, some of them are on the ship. Because we actually need to protect the ship from meteorites as it travels. And so far the only technology we've got to do that is gun turrets, lasers. I don't think flamethrower turrets are going to work if we try it that way. Although I would be very amused if it did. I think it doesn't let you place flamethrower turrets on the spaceship floor though. I think I already tried that. Okay, is that possibly all of the counterattacks? Seems good. Let's resupply the spiders. And we'll go back to Nauvis orbit. As soon as our bots recharge. Hurry up, please. There we go. I don't want the spiders standing on the ship when we try to take off. Well, it actually won't let us take off if that's what's happening. Because the spiders add to the structural stress. Send them back to base. We'll have them stroll through the spider bases on the way back home. And back down here. Still haven't finished building all of this, so let's do that. And let's press the go home button. Off for some lunch. Good luck. Take care, Sephinated. For good lunch. I wonder where our ship is. Our first one headed to Calamity. Varus 1 and Varus 2... Oh, that's right, we did launch them at the same time. And Varus 3 is way back here. Okay. What about in... Oh, and for those who are curious, here is the asteroids that we have to shoot down. There's more or less of them in different places. So you definitely want some kind of automation to decide exactly how fast you try to go through a dense asteroid area. I've just got it set so that we try to go as fast as we have accumulator charge. So read an accumulator and it's going to give you a signal of 0 to 100. And we're just multiplying that by... Come to think of it, I don't need an arithmetic combinator for this. I can actually... Yeah, I can do this without a arithmetic combinator because you can change the output signal on an accumulator. So we're just going to switch this to... output signal speed. And that's going to be fine as long as our top speed is below 100. It's going to be all it takes to reach a point of equilibrium at which we're going as fast as we can safely. This is going to have to change to speed signal is less than 25. And we don't need that nuclear fuel inserted for the moment. So that's an improvement we can make to all of our ships, I think. We can reduce the combinator count by 1. If you do have a spaceship that can go, let's say, 200, or approaching 200, you could always just connect it to 2 accumulators and read from both of them to set the top speed without including a combinator. OMG, you have spaceport? Indeed. Planet bases? Yes, indeed. Oh, and I'm suffocating. There we go. So what was I coming back here to do? Oh, that's right. Well, I was coming back because this needs resupplying, but also, for some reason we're missing heat exchangers. What's going on with heat exchanger 28? I think we're probably just not quite making enough to trigger a delivery. Let's see. Where are we making the nuclear stuff? Are we not making nuclear stuff? Where's our input here? That's a lot. Yeah, I think we just forgot to make heat exchangers. So we're probably not making heat pipe either. Okay. Heat pipe. Make it 500. Heat exchanger. And I think we're already making steam turbines. Or not. Let's make a few of those. Thank you for the follow, Melkor Silver. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. RF Holiday, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well also. So currently, we're still not trying to make the new stuff. It may not have ticked over yet. There we go. I really wonder, first episode of this series. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have it archived back that far. I apologize. Okay, so heat exchangers should be delivered here. Are we missing anything from this build? Nothing. Luckily, all of the heat exchangers got delivered to this one first, although we're probably missing some requested heat exchangers as well. The bots will take from here to build these things. I think this is fine. We can send this one on its way. So that is going to be Varus 4, I think. Name Varus 1, 2, 3. And you are known as Varus 4. Fantastic. Okay. I am going to take a short break. For now, I'll just leave you with the LTN screensaver mod. If we've got some trains in motion. Other than the vanilla ones, yes indeed. And run commercials so it doesn't pop up randomly while we're actually doing things. Is the screensaver gonna work? I think it's just waiting for a train. Let's look at Nauvis for a train. Turning on screensaver. There we go. Fantastic. Alright, back in a few minutes. Factorio's, Factorio. The screensaver mod for LTN kind of makes me want to put radars everywhere again, even though we've got the navsat and can look wherever we want, just so that we can see what's going on with the train. Obviously it takes a little bit longer to load steel here because we've got a, well, something of an outdated system. I would kind of like to patch the bot omni smelters to use this loading system. but it's really not urgent. This is good enough. I calculated the max rate, for example, of copper or iron, and made sure that if we were just smelting one thing, any one thing all the time, the inserters that load the trains would be enough to keep up, and then some. So believe it or not, this is actually sufficient. Alright, what should we do next? We've got a bunch of spaceships on the way to Oriel, so that we can set up... Wait, what? No, not Oriel. Calamity. Yeah, Varus is where they're going. For those sweet, sweet, iridite core fragments. They need to set up a station the first time they get there, but it should be pretty straightforward. Where can we go that... Well, we should probably check out Stardew, right? I was going to say I kind of need to make a personal transport that uses ion engines, but I could just use this one right here. And as an added bonus, it'll bring with it most of the stuff that we need to make a new outpost. Maybe I should manufacture all of these things locally. Let's see, we need umbrellas. We're already making umbrellas, we just need to request them over here. I need another constant combinator or two. Let's head over there. Oh, I'm already here. Hey, I am Suck. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. What the... Oh, my player character is in the way. Okay, so we're gonna look for umbrella. I don't think there's a universe anymore where we want to use cargo rockets. The only exception I could think of is if we can make a cargo rocket and put enough fuel in it to go all the way to, let's say, Pontus. It actually sort of teleports there instantly with the way the cargo rockets work, as opposed to having transit time. So, instantaneous player transport, that's the only reason I can think of to use cargo rockets at this point. Let's do some installations. Say 20. Installation ammo. Are we making both of these things over here? Yes, actually, I think. Fantastic. We've also got some coal mining drills. Let's say 20 of those. We also need some big drills. What else do we currently not have in this buffer chest? Cliff explosives, blue belt. I'm not going to worry about blue belt up here. Steam turbines. Wait, do we still not have cliff explosives? Did we get grenades? Did I add it to a constant combinator I left switched off? No. How do we make grenade? I think we can make it in one of these. We can. And then cliff explosive we can also make in these machines. So why, if we're sending that signal here, why are we not making cliff explosive? Oh, because there's no empty barrels. Fair enough. Let's just add that here. And I'll just reset the timer on this thing so it updates the recipes immediately. That's pretty quick. Okay, I think that's probably enough barrels for the moment. Refresh the recipes. And then... so that should be cliff explosives all the way to this chest. Steam turbine, I'm not sure why we don't have here yet. These three should be on their way. Mining drills should be on their way. Modules and beacons. Modules, beacons, and transmitters I don't think I've requested from LTN yet. Possibly the same thing for turbines. Yep. Turbine. Say... T. So we need beacons. Beacons. Oh, wait. Let's go... couple of stacks. It was definitely the right choice to be lazy and use an arithmetic over there. Modules. And modules. What else are we missing? Signal transmitters and receivers, and military stuff, and landfill. Where should I put landfill? I'd like to put it close to the nuclear stuff, but we can't. I'll put transmitters and receivers here. Landfill. Actually, just one chest full should be more than enough. Considering what we're squeezing in here. Check, 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 check. I think that just leaves the military things, and the blue belts, and the chemical plants and refineries. Okay. Let's go... chemical plant, refinery, and refinery. That needs to be a negative, actually. So do these. That's why they haven't arrived yet. If I hadn't changed the default settings for LTN, where the request and provide thresholds are too high to ever kick in, it would have actually thought that we had these things available, and it would have sent a train to come and pick them up if there was something requesting them. Alright, so negative, 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 and so on. Seems good. Except for this. I think I'll just bring over the crafting combinators and recipe combinators rather than have to bring them later if I decide I need them. And we could probably use a bit more storage, I don't know. Alright, so this is on its way. These are on their way. Wait, are they? They should be. Yeah, we're definitely requesting superchargers. We should probably make a few more. Probably stand to make a few more prods as well. Where is our supercharger? Probably next to the robot thing. Yeah, here we go. Let's ask for 50. Oh, we could send trains as well. I'm not going to worry about that for now. That's a whole other mess. Alright. Is that what I think it is? Yes, good. Fantastic. There should be a train on the way. Modules, signals, storage chests, and media defense. Fantastic. Did I make 5 of the Varus spaceships? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think so. This one can be Varus 5 then. Off you go. And I'll update the name. He's a Voxifol. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I kind of want to set up a new post, but all of our resources are looking pretty good for now, I think. Even iridium is saturated. That's kind of crazy. So iron, copper... Well, let's check here. If we've got more than 100k of something here, we've definitely got enough of it. Because it only comes here as a last resort to be destroyed, and the train network is able to take it back as well. So we've got tons of iron, copper, stone, coal, vulcanite, vitamelange, iridium, not... I think we're fine with iridium, but it hasn't yet completely saturated here. And uranium, we could possibly use some more. Although I think that's because we worked through our store of uranium. Because we set up a system that's going to Covrex very aggressively. We're actually checking these storages over here. I think. Yeah. 797,000 uranium-238. 465,000 uranium-235. And we've got a belt condition here that says if we've got less 235 than 238, the rail network can supply 238 to get turned into 235. So we're not accumulating raw uranium right now, but we've got a lot of 235 and 238. So I don't necessarily think we need another uranium core fragment planet, at least not yet. What else am I not seeing here? Let's check all the other storages. Vulcanite is full. There's no cryonite. I don't think we're having cryonite problems yet. Yeah, there's a lot of cryonite rods, so I think we're okay. We're just not at the point of storing raw cryonite, because it's piling up. We've also got... Wow. We're completely full on storage for heavy girders. That's kind of crazy. And yet there's no iridite stored here. That's kind of weird. Iridium plate is completely saturated. I guess we're just approaching the point where iridite itself is piling up. I wonder what the beginnings of this project were. Is there any record at all? Unfortunately, no. My archiving doesn't go that far back. My apologies. I mean, we're not doing science right now, to be clear, so we're not getting a great idea of how fast we're consuming this stuff. I'm really just looking for an excuse. Oh. We can upgrade artillery shell shooting speed. You know what? Yeah, I kind of do want to run through some researches so we can get a feel for how much throughput we've got of each resource right now relative to high demand. We're not doing cargo rocket research anymore. We could do some more zone discovery, I guess. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. But yeah, I think pretty much every resource is... Well, we don't have any naquitite yet. We could also do some space probes. I haven't done that yet. But right now I'm kind of looking for an excuse to make some spaceships that go to new distant locations. I could make some spaceships that go between Nauvis and Nauvis orbit. But I don't feel like doing that just yet. Let's look at our candidate planets. So the ones are just... they exist, basically. The twos are slightly higher priority. 20, I think, is because we've found a planet that has no biters on it and a resource that we want. Since our cryonite isn't totally saturated yet, maybe this is what we want. It's a really big planet too. ES Teru, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Space probes are the perfect excuse to set up automated spaceships. Cool. But first I want at least one run of Especially because this is such a big planet with zero threat. If we really want to shave down UPS later, and go for high throughput, infinite resource, infinite research, it'll be good to have these big planets. Okay, Albin. Planet 697. It's also got a mysterious structure. I definitely want to visit that. I'll just do a Varus space truck to start with. Now, do I want to just use a space truck? Yeah, I think at most, I just want to change the circuitry and the buffer chests. And we'll probably use this to set up our outpost. I can also carry a bunch of stuff in my personal inventory. We're gonna need a bunch more core mining drills. Nuclear power stuff. Actually, let's check. Is it waterless or anything? No? It is a very normal planet. Only 54% solar, though. So I think we will... We'll grab some nuclear stuff. Should I make a spaceship specifically for making outposts? Not doing too badly to date. Seems like you are still having a lot of fun with spaceships. Absolutely. I'd like to squeeze in a roboport somehow. It's a pity there's no way to deploy Spidertrons without cargo rockets. I'll make sure the destination signals are switched off. And what's our destination called again? Albin. We'll call this Albin 1. And manually set destination as Albin. It's not gonna give us an estimate for how long it's gonna take to get there. What's the distance? 111,000. Okay, it's gonna take a little while. If I don't go there personally, we can't, like, put a Spidertron on the ship. There's not enough spare hull stress available. Why is the hull stress only 488 now? I thought it was 498 earlier. Okay. If we're happy with... No, I kind of want to build one... We'll use this one for a base. Oh, it's already got fuel in it. Right. We could maybe just remove one of the solar panels to put a roboport. Roboport. We'll need to put some robots in there before it leaves. And I think we just change our logistic. Well, we could manually put some stuff in here, but we'll just change our requests on these chests. to take what we need to build a decent outpost. So we'll go nuclear. Let's check our blueprint. I still haven't made a larger nuclear reactor blueprint. So we need 488 heat pipe. We can actually be precise with this now because we're not going to randomly lose items. But even so, we may as well use up an entire stack. And again, the bots will oversupply just a little bit anyway. So that's the old design. 488 heat pipe, 320 pipe. We want to take a bunch of extra pipe anyway. 150 heat exchangers, 200 steam turbines. Let's just double check again. There is, in fact, water on this planet. Fantastic. What else? Lots of holmium accumulators and solar panels would be good. Let's say 20 stacks of each. And 1,000. We could probably go more, we'll see. What else? I think we already have some storage tanks, just less than one stack. Offshore pump, good point. And we need to request those up here as well. Unless I just manually throw some in. But I would like to set something up so I can copy paste and make a outpost builder. Let's just put it here. Offshore pump. Pretty sure we're building those at the Space Mall. Yep, we're good. Let's make sure we're building more than enough. Where be the offshore pump signal? No, I think we've randomly got some offshore pumps. Let's add them here. Okay. Check. Oh, we need to add more landfill, but check. Regular inserters, check. Chests, substations, roboports. Excellent. We're gonna get a whole lot more landfill. Two chests, as a matter of fact. Since we need more than one chest to make the landfill for just one nuclear plant, if it's going to be offshore. Alright, so that's what we need to make the nuclear plant. We also need more core mining drills. And what? Let's double check our usual list of stuff we take. We've got all of this stuff. We don't need rockets. We've got all of this stuff. We don't need that. We could take some more construction bots, perhaps. But we'll have a supply chain for those to keep beefing them up until we've got enough automatically. We've got this. We've got this. We've got these, except for the steel chests, but I don't think I care. Got everything but the blue belts. I think I actually will manufacture some blue belts in space. There's just enough, there's just enough different things requesting blue belts that are up here that I think it would be better / easier. Repetitive beats. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So that means I have to drop off lubricant. And I have to figure out where to squeeze that in. Luckily, we can always just copy-paste another one of these. So, just figure out where that's going to go. Probably equidistant apart. Lubricant. 25k. Request lubricant. And this goes here. And connect to the train stop input. And luckily I didn't happen to line up the fluid input-output here, so it's going to mess anything up. Okay. I think I'll just keep it simple this time. We'll just throw out a few space assembly machines. We could manufacture the belts up to blue, yellow and red, that is, from the Omnicrafter right here, so we don't need more machines. So, transport belt, and there we go. Oh, and don't forget the splitters, that would be good. Okay, so belt, belt, and belt. Add some space pipe. And some bot spam. Request from buffer chests just in case. We've already got that red belt. Fantastic. Alright, so we're going to limit blue belt to 4,000. Limit blue underground to 2,000. limit 2,000. Alright, so there's our blue belt in the space network. And there's our autosave. I hope we're not going to get too many other things that we can't... Well, technically we could have set it up so that the big crafting machines make blue belt as well. But we would have had to have different fluid pipes going into the machines and probably discard fluids. Or we'd have to keep the pipes significantly empty, which we're already doing. I don't know if it would push the crafting combinator when it switches recipes, would push the fluid back to where it came from. But even if we can have 2 or 3 different fluids, or even up to 6 going into a machine, it would mean less room to have input inserters. Hey Doga, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. May I ask? Most certainly. Oh, we can also do some speed modules in here, but I don't know if the inserters are going to keep up. Yeah, they're already not keeping up with this one. Okay. Is that the last step for our... we need to request belt. Let's do that over here, I think. Say 2,000, 1,000, and I don't know, 200. Ooh, a spaceship, indeed. Why don't we use space belt on planet? I guess we could, but for one thing, the underground belt, the space belt, doesn't go as far. I think it's also more expensive, isn't it? Hard to say. 32 iron. 260 versus... That's kind of hard to quantify. Just looking at it. Anyway. We were going through our checklist of stuff that we need to make an outpost. They're also very slow to build, that's true. Although it's not really a problem at this point. Morpheus 2 is coming back with 48,000 feral core fragments, plus a few bots carrying some extra. Fantastic. Let's check on Morpheus and make sure this is all still working beautifully. Fantastic. It looks like we could use more bots here. Logistic bot available 0, and we just gained 50. How many have we got? 600. Yeah, so the system that we've got in place is bringing logistic bots in with every trip, so this will keep accelerating until it reaches whatever equilibrium, which is great. There's also 2 more ships on the way already. Okay. So we were going through our checklist of stuff that we've got automatically being put... Clap? Hey, there it is. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, we've got some... These trains are still looking a bit upset. I'm surprised how long they've been there. Let's just move them on. They'll drop the stone into the depot, and it'll get sorted. Okay. What was I doing? I was looking at these combinators here. Big mining drill. I'm really not worried about the mining drills. We're going to have those supplied bit by bit by the standard space trucks. We're just looking to have enough stuff to get an outpost started. And I think we probably already have it, to be honest. So we've got, we will have plenty of solar. How much is this? 200 and something. Plenty of core mining drills. Enough nuclear stuff to build a plant in one go. We need to get some landfill up here. Where is our nuclear combinator? I can never seem to find it. Oh, and this one's switched off for some reason. Maybe it should be. Maybe we should get our tier 3 combinators even from this block. Actually, what have we got here? 33 speed 6s. Once we have a stack, it would bring them over here. We've got 544 efficiency 6s, 444 productivity 6s, but somehow no speed 6s? And we seem to be out of red circuits. That's alarming. Oh, that's very alarming. What's happening? How can we be out of red circuits when everything is flowing so well? We've got no copper here? What? No copper. $10k copper, not much copper ore. Okay, we need copper. In that case, I would prefer not to just make one more copper mine on Malvis, but we can do that if we have to. I could even have a spaceship pick it up just for the lulz, but what I'd rather do, if I can... Speaking of which, what happened to that research? Oh, it's taking forever. Let's do zone discovery first. There's one planet, I think, on our list, or two, for copper core fragments, but we've got a giant biter-filled waterless planet, and we've got a small moon that's 100% threat. I mean, it's small enough that we could clear it out relatively easily. It's really far away, though. We have to go ages for a small moon for copper. Or clear out a huge planet that has no water. And terrible solar. But it's really the infinite supply that I'm interested in improving. Not stripping one more copper mine that we have to replace over and over again. But I think we kind of have to. For now. Why don't we start down here? There's a couple of big ones relatively close together and close to the rail system. There's even an 880k right here. Okay, So we're gonna go for... we'll start with the output one, so it's gonna be rail aligned. That's probably... Is it gonna cover all of the copper? Only if I put it here. We'll need one more miner to cover that. Then get the one that's just a block by itself. That's the same, isn't it? Yeah, we're good. And one more over here, I guess. Let's get our construction spiders to pay that a visit. A robust and undead hunter. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Didn't you use all your speed 6s in a build? Yeah, pretty much, but I don't know why we've got... Well, I know why. We've got no copper. That's why we've got none at the moment. You could try for targeted space survey to find a copper planet. Yeah, we've done that before. I did just search a bunch of them. What do we got? Renoto? Oh, is that more copper? Fantastic. What do we have? 3% threat, huge planet, waterless, moderately far away, decent solar. That's a candidate. This one we've already checked, that's why it's priority 1. That's our tiny, distant moon with 100% threat. This is the other bad one. Threat 7%, decent size. Decent solar. Oh, it's much closer. I think it's the closest one. Okay. 4,000 radius, 7% biter threat, 53,000 delta V, 94% solar. I think this is our candidate. And it just might lead to building some new logistic chains so we can do like distant military things. Radius 4,000. Alessandro is 3291. So it's not going to be trivial to clear it out. I think this will be our reason to set up a logistic chain for a weapon delivery cannon, or weapon delivery cannons on the planet. We'll also use the artillery, the battleship, to help clear it out, perhaps. I'm guessing it's going to be a lot more sparse than that. Probably just some spiders with lasers, honestly, is going to be good enough to clear it with a 7% threat. But that alone would take ages, and we would keep missing them, and they would expand. So we want to set up a proper automated chain to clear them out. I wonder if we're at the point where, especially with our decent throughput of iridium, we can probably allow the cannons to keep clearing out Alessandro at this point. But it's kind of more fun to use the battleship. It's also a lot faster. What does the 7% mean exactly? How dense the bases are when you get there? Pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty much just how sparse are the biters. It's a little bit deceptive because this planet, and to be clear, all of these biter nests have been broken up to some extent. by the Iridium pile drivers. This planet is 33% threat. So that was a lot higher than expected, but on the other hand, like 3 or 7% was practically nothing. So 7% copper core fragments. I would love to get that juicy thing. It's so far away though, I'm not sure it's even... Further away just means we need more ships, though. And it costs slightly more ion. Okay. Let's set up... Oh. I just realized. The one thing we forgot. Something we've forgotten before. If we want to make an outpost, we're going to need some pump jacks. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to refuel. Okay. And we'll add that to... where? Should probably include pump jacks in the stuff in this chest. I think we've got one slot left, exactly. Let's see. This is 2, so this is 11, 21, 31, 37, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42. Yeah, we should have a couple of slots left, actually. So let's add most of a stack of pump jacks to our requests here. Fantastic. And we need some pump jacks manufactured in space. I should really make a separate combinator for all the oil stuff. I'm always struggling to find it. Partly because we're not making some of those things. Pump jack. We've probably got this somewhere else, but I'll add... Oh, that should be a positive for this one. Chemical plant, oil refinery, fuel refinery. Okay. And I'll just check that we can make those here. That was the wrong signal to change. There we go. Pump jacks ahoy. Why are 2 of these trying to make nuclear reactors? That literally should never happen. It must have been really weird timing with the combinator. I'll try again. Yeah, we're good. No, it's happened again. How do we have 2 of these trying to make nuclear reactors? Literally shouldn't be possible. Because we've got one set of signals being broken up by a chain. I can't even find the mouse pointer. Everything's so chaotic. We've got one set of signals being broken up by a chain of anything greater than 0, output anything, and then subtract that and pass everything through. Yeah, I don't get it. Where is my mouse pointer? God. Okay, here it is. So, the first one is not doing nuclear reactor. The recipe isn't updating. That's why. Is it this combinator that's busted? Not enough space in chest. Ah, okay. Alright, yeah, there's not enough room to get rid of this stuff at the moment. There's your problem. Lots of explodey bots? Yeah. I probably shouldn't have switched that so aggressively. Oh boy. Now then, so I think we'll take our new ship. Instead of reconfiguring it later, I'm just going to make this a... let's just call it the Outposter. Except we need to send a military presence as well. Oh, it's... the place we're going isn't that far away. So maybe I'll just go personally. Although I would like to test the extent to which this ship could build stuff if I wasn't there. Our parent is Hankorus. Hankorus. There it is. It's about the same distance as Angelus, actually. And that's the only... we've also found an asteroid belt, but that's the only planet that we've found here. I don't want to view surface until we get there and start clearing biters. Otherwise they'll expand. Why am I still carrying a console? Spaceship console 0. Okay. I can make a bunch of spiders. I think we've already got a chest full of them somewhere. Oh, I stopped making them. Spider. I could go to Nauvis to pick up the many spiders that we've already got. That might be a good idea. Let's bring my speedy spider with me. Take the personal transport. Really keen on ignoring that first question? Wait, which one was it? What does the 7% mean? Previous question. Is it up here? Could you give me a short overview how the ships work? Oh, okay. So basically, let's do a short trip to Nauvis. You need when you build these things custom, you need to surround them with spaceship walls. Engines count as walls, and so do clamps and doors. Everything else, as far as I'm aware, doesn't count, and you won't pass the integrity check if you don't seal the whole thing in. Rocket engines, I think, don't require... well, they require almost no power for this stage of the game. This is a combinator that we can remove. I'm gonna set this to output speed signal. So when you take off, it uses a bunch of... I think it'll use ion fuel if there's no liquid rocket fuel. But you can't take off from planets with ion fuel. So it'll use a bunch of the liquid rocket fuel just to get going. That's the launch energy that it's referring to. When you do launch, basically teleports. And then we're in a... what the... I forgot to turn off the go home button, I think. Where is the go home button? No, I don't have a go home button on this ship. What's happening? Anchor using clamp. Speed signal. Destination is Nauvis orbit, but what? Is it because the destination was Nauvis orbit? Let's go Nauvis. That's where I'm going anyway. Launch. Okay, I'm gonna stop it just for the moment. So now we're in space, and it's like a separate surface, a different instance. We be moving through space, and even traveling from Nauvis orbit to Nauvis, there's going to be some debris that we're going to need to shoot down, unless we want to plow into it. So we are going to need to run some laser turrets or something. We do get shield generators later on, which, from what I've seen, I think the way they work is they're actually sort of an AoE turret, for lack of a better word. I don't think they actually cover things in a protective bubble that'll stop, like, spitters from dealing damage to something. But I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Can block enemy projectiles if the combat mechanics overhaul mod is installed. Okay, maybe I'll consider installing that even this late into the game. But yeah, now that we're at our destination, this is Nauvis, believe it or not, we need to decide where we're landing, and we can automate that with clamps. Where was I? Oh, that's right, I want to go to the mall, but I kind of need to land over here because there's no space anywhere. Do the engines generate electricity for the laser turrets? No, the engines consume energy. The energy for the laser turrets on this ship is only coming from solar, which is plenty as long as you're in the solar system. But once you get out, they only give you 8 kilowatts each for these flat solar panels, which is effectively nothing. So I need to pick up some spiders. What else is there to explain about the ships, I wonder? Obviously, we kind of need condenser turbines to run these things at a decent pace when there's no solar energy available. Or even when there is, because we need ion engines, which are very power hungry to go at a decent speed. Unless we want to burn a ridiculous amount of rocket fuel. Ion stream is a lot more efficient, delta V wise. I don't think I've got a logistic chain to take away these used up uranium fuel cells yet, so I'd better get on that before we end up in trouble. You've got an input and an output for signals for the spaceship console. So this information right here is giving us a unique ID for the ship, how fast we're going right now, distance to destination. This is a signal for our destination. How many how dense are the asteroids where we are, and whether we're anchored, as in properly stopped somewhere. Inputs will set target speed, set destination. What else? Sets the clamps that we're aiming to land at. Trigger a launch. that's about it, I think. Okay, let's grab ourselves some spiders. I've also got a bunch of military spiders over here, actually. I think we patched... These are using tier 1 portable RTGs. We want to obsolete those, actually. Not to mention the adaptive armor. The adaptive armor is a little bit more energy efficient, and more to the point, the big downside compared to adaptive armor of the energy shields is when you're moving, they drain extra energy. And I think the max hit points is reduced when you're moving. Especially if you're flying, for example. So that's not great. I might even switch back to using adaptive armor for the player. It's 200 hit points per shield as opposed to 250. We lose out a lot on recharge speed, but we could fly around at maximum speed and not have it affect that. A pair of clamps has a unique ID to target? Yes. Just to keep it extra simple, I'm making sure that the clamps on the ship have the same ID as the clamps on the ground. But you can, for example, clamp different IDs to different IDs. Okay. Yeah, I kind of need to remove this old stuff. Can we do that? Seems good. And let's give you some tier 2 portable RTGs. 2 lasers, 2 shields, and 1 exoskeleton. As long as it says minus, we are patching all of these. Once it says missing something, it's not going to put anything in. My inventory is looking a bit full. So with such a weak spider threat, I'm thinking like 10 spiders just with lasers is going to be overkill. It's still better to have the spider in the lead, extra shielded, without any lasers. Or maybe like 3 shields, 1 laser at most. Is that all the ones I updated? How many have we got? 9, 10? Let's make you blue. And I'll give you some more shielding. And that's going to be our squad. We could also take some rockets. Maybe I should. Did I include a stack of rockets in the usual? Yeah, I did. So I'll probably have them request rockets after they get there. need this right now. Clamps be gone. Alright, where's my speedy? Let's go back to the ship. And what have we got going on in orbit? So logistics-wise, spaceships have a large latency but massive throughput. Yeah, they can have as much throughput as you like if you just spam more ships, honestly. And bear in mind, these ships are... They're not the smallest in terms of... When you first unlock Spaceship, you start with 300 Spaceship Structural Integrity. Because we also had Material Science Pack 1 and 2, which, I mean, you should probably have that by the time you get Astro 3. We've already got a maximum of 500. We can bump it up another 100, 200, 300. Just getting Material Science 3 is going to let us bump up our integrity from, our maximum ship integrity from 500 to 800. That's a pretty significant bump. What was that? I think our ship just left. Oh, it arrived. Fantastic. Oh, I kind of wanted to... Let's do this now. I was going to do this on the other planet. Or... No, I did do it here, I just didn't set it up yet. I threw down some ghosts and had to wait. So this green wire is only going to receive a signal when there's a ship here. I'm going to say enabled condition... everything equals 0. And we're going to request 4 fragment barrel. So the bots are going to have a very short trip to put that in there. They're currently focusing on the requests they already have. I could set the requests of these things based on whether there's a ship here as well. Something to think about. But even if the bots do take a lot of the core fragments over that way, this isn't working nearly as well as I expected it to. Same thing over here. If anything greater, if everything is equal to 0, it means we have no ship. Which means we should move the barrel core fragments out of these chests. It is at least somewhat reducing the travel time of the bots, but they're just going all over the place. They're not filling this one up first. What if I set the request ridiculously high? I don't know if that's going to make a difference. No, I don't think it is. So, to really get the most out of this, we would probably have to set it up so that these things don't request barrel core fragments unless there's no ship. Which I think is a bit sketchy, especially because if we ever fill this thing up, there will be a ship here indefinitely. Well, it's a slight improvement, at least. Sort of effectively adds another layer of chests. Alright, let's head back to Malvis Orbit. And because we've got these signals right here, it's going to automatically stop at our gantry. How did it go with the new copper lanes? New copper lanes. New copper lanes. Haven't set those up yet, I guess. Jills, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Do ships kill you if they land on you? I haven't tested that yet. And I don't have any plans to without saves coming. Okay, so we've got our spiders. We've got nuclear stuff. No landfill. I think I didn't get around to requesting that. I do this every time, I'm still confused. Oh, there it is. There's our nuclear stuff. Fantastic. It's with the spaceship stuff. Alright, and once this hits 1800, it's going to swap over to making some landfill, I think. Thank you for the follow, Jills. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Do it. Name in base. Okie dokie. Here's 10k fake points. Do it, please. Alrighty then. We've already got one fat boy not so slim in the base. Where else can we put it? On what planet should we do this name? Elvis, perhaps? Maybe a moon? I don't need another name in the game. Oh, wait. Did I misread who requested it? You did redeem name in base. It was just me redeeming points to get you to land a ship on yourself. Okay, fine. I'm gonna turn this combinator... I'm gonna save scum, first of all. I think it's gonna destroy the scaffolding as well. I think ships refuse to land and wait in that case, but maybe misremembering. Chucky001, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let's find out, shall we? So I'm going to switch this off. It's not going to land on the clamps. And get it to take off. Anchor to Malvis Orbit. Confirm. I don't think it's coming. Is it going to clap in as soon as I'm out of position? Or will it not land on scaffolding? I'm guessing it will. Maybe I have to tell it to anchor again and it just won't come. Use surface. Anchor to Malvis Orbit. Confirm. Anchor to Malvis Orbit. Yeah, it just won't land on the player. Well, that's good to know. Talem Grandmaster, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. One thing that's been bugging me for a while, why is there a big purple splotch in your base? I think in the solar array. That is because weapon delivery cannons can misfire. And we've had weapon delivery cannons on Nauvis, aimed at Nauvis. And sometimes they break things. And we never got around to repairing it or tearing up the old solar array. If it has a standing order to land there, it should land as soon as the area becomes clear. Yeah, with automation, absolutely. Thanks, T-Hacks. This is for you. Jafam Favin? Jafam Favin. I don't understand. Also, how did we get this little bit of space platform scaffold that didn't get built? Let's fix that. Scaffolding spiders away. It's my $5 off menu log code for today, since I'm hungry. That reminds me. Thank you very much again for the Prime sub. 5 months. Much appreciated. I almost forgot entirely because that was during the break. That happened with me and my delivery cannons in Nauvis orbit. Didn't realize the delivery chests are full, they'll just detonate on delivery. Yes, indeed. Gotta put some circuitry in there to organize that stuff. Okay, so it's gonna be something of a long trip. Oh, we still have no landfill. Let's see. Landfill 0. Do we not have stone? We have 0 stone. Oh, here comes a bit. Okay, I think we need to request stone faster than a short train at a time if we're making landfill. And can we afford to have a stack of stone in our requester chests here? I think so. Especially if we drop the requests on some of these so that we go a little bit below a stack size so we don't get 2 extra single-cylinder engines, for example. But I'm not going to worry about that just yet. So first of all, we're going to blacklist stone from being added to the requester chests up here. And then we're going to add stone to these chests. Just 1 stack each, but there's 8 chests for each of these space assembly machines. You wouldn't just make fun of it. What? I learned the hard way that you want to fire on a received signal, not a missing one. Absolutely. Very much so. And depending on how many cannons you have pointed at the same target, you probably want... I mean, if you've only got 1 cannon, it's never going to go fast enough that this is going to slow it down. So you should probably always set it so that the cannon chest has to be empty before you fire the cannons. If you make a transmitter-receiver system for turning delivery cannons on-off, be sure to set it so that the transmitter-receiver lose power, the delivery stop. Yes, yes indeed. Alright, did we get I don't think I requested blue belts up here yet. No, we need another combinator. Where's my speedy spider? Oh, we need to set it on each new surface. I should probably just add a whole lot of combinators here. So that I don't have to physically update this next time. Okay, so we need belts. Let's just do a chest full of each. What else? Those ones haven't been set yet. We still don't have as much pipe as we're supposed to for some reason. We need landfill. I don't think we've requested that up here yet. Wait, have we not? No, we haven't. I thought we did. Let me just double check this. Oh, there it is. 4,000. We can bump that up a bit, I think, given the circumstance of setting this thing up to build an entire outpost. Use the spaceships to bring resources from other star systems, right? Yep, that's their main function, I would say. Scale the summit. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Third has landfill. Yes, delays indeed. So have we made any landfill here yet? Whoops. Landfill 0. That's a little bit surprising. Wait, no, that's very surprising. Here's some stone. Fantastic. It's just bottlenecked on the inserters, basically. And or the bots. Although landfill is so greedy that a stack in space exploration is just one landfill, a stack of stone. So an entire train full of stone actually only makes 160 landfill. It's actually kind of crazy. We've got a bunch of stone here, but it's not like I can take it back out or anything. Oh, I see what happened here. We've only had short trains delivering the holmium accumulators. We can just leave that one there. I think it's fine. Actually, it's not going to take up a slot, like, for this station, is it? I don't think so. Alright then. So we're still waiting on a surprising amount of pipes, heat pipes, nuclear reactors, everything, really. Landfill, drills are fine. Solar is absolutely not fine for some reason. Wait, did we ever request flat solar up here? That would probably help. Only 40, that's no good. How much can fit in a cargo wagon? 40 times 20? 800? Let's make it 2 short train fulls. And 4,000. Oh, this is why we're getting no holmium accumulators delivered here, because the fuse sitting in this chest is probably enough to stop it. Turns out you can have too much even to landfill. Kind of. Well, sometimes, absolutely. Come to think of it, that's actually a really good point. I could take the stone that we deliver here as a last resort and turn it into landfill. That makes a ton of sense. What's this train looking for? Vulcanite? We've got that set up already. I'll add a thing for landfill. The only trouble is I don't think we have a rocket for sending landfill up. We do have one rocket left. Let's use it to send up copious amounts of landfill. Why not? We'll be moving away from using the cargo rockets when we can. Landfill. Okay. Landfill requester. I think it may already be in the rail network, or at the very least, it can be picked up by long trains. Is this train stuck? How long have you been here? It's not requesting anything. It's trying to pick up 390 steel. It's got 390 steel. What? Oh, it's just trying to leave. Yeah, it's just traffic. Okay, cool. There isn't a missing signal or anything? No? Okay, anyway. Let's use our last vacant cargo rocket silo, shall we? We're going to request landfill 50k. Long trains only. And this is going to be aimed at Novice Orbit landfill. Fantastic. And blacklist landfill on this one. Landfill provider. Target is Novice Orbit landfill. Launch on cargo full. Train isn't coming yet. We need some construction spiders. Oh, I forgot to finish building this copper mine. We'll come back to that. I want to get this done first. In fact, I could just hijack some of these existing assembly machines, since I don't think we need them all. It's fine. So we're going to start with some... We're going to put it... Actually, the landfill is much, much denser than moving the stone itself, so we'll do it over here. How about like this? 3 requested chests for landfill. Actually, I don't think that's going to be enough. Landfill is crazy fast. So we'll do it like this. 3 requested chests for landfill. Make it 5, why not? chest. Alright, so as soon as our spiders get there, which is going to take longer than I thought, actually. Let me just fill this out here, and I'll copy-paste it. And request stone. I wonder if it should be a... No, it's fine. 2400 stone. And landfill. 4800. Goes here. Oh, would you look at that? The inserters are actually able to keep up. Not if I can help it. Pick up that landfill, please. Fantastic. Cancel. That's very much bottlenecked on the inserters. We could play around with the number of modules, but point is I want the spiders to build this as soon as they get there. And this system right here is going to automatically make that landfill available to trains. Can the orbit surplus stone be used for plasma, ion, antimatter? Don't remember the resource cycle exactly, and then burned as electricity. I didn't know you could burn that as electricity. Plasma, ion, antimatter. We can't use antimatter yet, like that, at all. Plasma? Plasma stream. Yeah, I don't think we have the technology yet. I want to make this outpost first in any case. You wanted to deal with the spent nuclear fuel of the ships, and there's a double chain signal on that small train segment where the train with 390 steel wanted to leave. Yeah, I think there might have been a reason for that. It's because we don't want this train here. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's probably not strictly necessary. Or we could have had just those two, perhaps. Cool. Now we know it's trying to leave as well. Wanted to deal with the spent nuclear fuel. Yes. Actually, I think... No, if it's in a... Yeah, the spent nuclear fuel should automatically be getting brought over here. I'd better keep an eye on it later. Do we have any ships about to land at Nauvis? Not just yet. Morpheus 5 is on its way. ETA is like 9 or 10 minutes real time. I mean, Factorio time. So a bit longer than 10 minutes. We still have no landfill here. Oddly enough. I definitely saw some landfill getting made over here, so how could there be 0 in this robot network? Where's my L button? Fill. That's weird. I could have sworn I saw at least a few... Yeah. There is landfill here. Is it in the train on the way at the moment? No. I think the antimatter is very late in research. So about 15... Since you're running at about 60% UPS, yeah. Did you come up with a better way to offload the spaceships? Yes and no. We're just using buffer chests with static requests set so that we can read the contents of the chests. And you can ignore this effectively. At the drop-off station, we've basically just got requester chests. So we're not using, we don't have any significant amount of storage for whatever resource it is at the drop-off. We could put a row of more and more, we could put like requester chests here and have a longer row of chests, but I don't want to do that. How does that Logi network have -2 landfill? It's because we've got a very low amount of landfill and the bots are coming to pick it up. And because of this, where's it? Well, I can't find a negative signal like that at will. But quite often, depending on what you're trying to do with the circuit, it might be well advised to, when you read from the logistic network, have this combinator first. Each greater than 0 output each input count. That way it won't pass through any negatives. But yeah, that happens because bots are trying to pick up more stuff than is available. I think I could be wrong, but I think it probably maybe doesn't happen until you get the first logistic bot cargo size upgrade. Now, do we have any landfill being picked up from here yet? This train station is surprisingly busy. And away it goes. Oh, there's our landfill being produced. Fantastic. It's not that much slower. It's not that bottlenecked on the... Oh, I think we actually need fast inserters to output the landfill. I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, so that's definitely bottlenecked on the input. That's better. Okay, nice. Let's send our construction spiders back to build that mine, but we'll get them to visit the mall on the way to make sure they're fully resupplied. Trains are not very practical because of the sheer size they take up. Also, changing the rail network every time a ship lands causes lag. Oh, as in putting a train on a ship? Like, could you have the rail... Is that even possible? Does the lag happen even if it's an isolated mini-net not connected to the main rail system? Yeah, from what I understand, I think we can demonstrate that right here. Let's just build a little tiny rail block. And we'll add some signals. And there should be a pause the moment the signal is placed. I'm going to move left and right just to make it really clear. Yep. Trains can enter and leave ships. That's kind of crazy. Yes, you can lay rails in ships. Well, if you can make a ship big enough, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I did a ship that was just really long and thin, maybe. But I don't think realistically we can do a ship that can accommodate a train just yet. So we have our... It's going to take a little while. How much landfill do we have here? Only... Why is it hovering at 60-something? Why is landfill going up and down? According to the logistic network? That's pretty weird. Okay, I think it's going to take a minute before we get our landfill from here. What about from the mall in space? Still 0, apparently. What about here? Okay, how can there be no landfill in this block? And no landfill in this block when we've seen it being produced here and there's nowhere else for it to go? Landfill in requester chests, not in logistic network? Yeah, but it's in, it would be in a buffer chest if it's here, and a storage chest if it's over here. We don't have any requester chests asking for landfill. What's this one looking for? Not landfill. Oh, wait. Is it being picked up by the spiders? It is. Okay. Space Constructotron. You don't actually need landfill. Where be landfill? Yeah, you definitely don't need 1,000 landfill, for that matter. Save. And... Space Constructotron. Let's separate you from the rest, if I can. Kind of. Space Constructotron. Alright, so we actually have way more landfill than we thought, I think. Underground belt equals box? What does that mean? Just thought of the spiders to be checked, indeed. Yeah, it's because I based the Space Constructotron spider on the regular Constructotron, I think. Banana Muffin, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so we've got 1.2k. That's a decent start. It's definitely a lot better than approximately 0. And now we've got the short train going to pick it up. Banana muffin is making me more hungry, indeed. Alright, so landfill is going to get here. We've got our solar panels, we've got our accumulators. We're still short on pipe, weirdly enough. And heat pipe, and nuclear reactors, and everything. We don't have any belt delivered here yet. That's kind of weird. That's actually real... Oh. Again, if I hadn't set the, if I hadn't set LTN's, default provide and request thresholds ridiculously high so they effectively don't exist, there would... if there was a destination for, there would be a train trying to pick up express transport belts from this drop-off station right now because I forgot to set this as negative. This is handy though. I can point at the pylon and it shows all the positive signals first. So I can easily see right now, why are there 2 yellow signals? Okay. I think that's just from here. As long as it's not interfering with anything, that's fine. So there should also be belts being delivered here pretty soon. Fantastic. Alright. We're missing belts. We're missing... big mining drills, don't really care at the moment. Umbrella, kind of important. Landfill. And... we're getting there. So nuclear stuff, belts, landfill, and it is all on the way. We're just trying to catch up. I should definitely turn off the module production here, though. Maybe I should have set up this block. We've still got no red circuits. That's really concerning. Let's get this copper mine going. Not the low copper holding up everything? Yes, absolutely. I was going to, like, customize this mine a bit, but I think we'll just be super lazy and put this here. Not quite. Let's line it up. We're going to need more power. Throw out some lazy solar panels while we're here. In fact, I could just have this power itself and then not worry about the power switches for the wide area beacons consuming 10 megawatt each. We also need some rail to continue this way. Let's see if I can line this up. That looks about right. That's a weird shaped coal mine. Whoops. Okay. And where are we going? It's not too far from the rail blocks, so I think we can just do it this way. Can I just copy, paste, flip this? Fantastic. Except for this one. It's a little bit off about this. And we'll add some signals. Train fits slightly on the curve, actually. Let's just do it this way. And now that I think about it, we can just use chain signals for everything in this instance. I thought it was a dead end that would allow a train to stop in a block like this, if this was a chain signal, but I think it turns out it's just if there is a train station. So that's actually pretty straightforward. If you never allow trains, if my understanding is correct, which it might not be, but if you never allow trains to stop anywhere except for train stations, then you would never need regular signals. Alright, since we built the power management stuff into this, we may as well use it. I'll get them to build what solar power here they can as well. And add some pylons to make this reach across. We also need signal here. Yeah, rail signals are purely needed for queuing, indeed. Okay. It's going to be a bit lurchy for a minute because every time they place a signal, the game pauses for a moment. That's just what happens when you get a rail network this big. I believe we were told that the reason it does this is every single train has to repath every time a signal is placed. That seems a bit harsh. But maybe there's no way around it. Alright, what are we doing in the meantime? We've got our landfill. Beautiful. We've got our solar. We've got not enough nuclear stuff still. Everything's bottlenecked on copper that's suddenly run out. So does that mean this copper mine is... Yes, it is completely empty. Yikes. Off you go then. What about this one? Why is this copper mine not active? I thought I fixed this. What is wrong? Well, on the plus side, we should have a lot more copper soon. But what's the problem here? It's on a power switch. That's not actually a problem. We're reading the contents of the chests. We do have the wire connected. Provide stack threshold 160. Combinator is switched on. Long trains only. How much copper do we have here? 57,000. It's completely full. So what's the problem? Can they path here? I think we would have noticed by now if trains are trying to path there and can't. They could optimize it by calculating each rail network separately, but for some reason they're just ignoring it. Bad signals, they might not be able to path. If they couldn't path... Oh. I was gonna say, if they couldn't path, these lights should be yellow. I think I've seen a rare bug where the light doesn't turn yellow, but if there's a train trying to come here, this light will be yellow. And it is, and the train is able to path. I'm just gonna copy-paste this to make absolutely sure they've all got the same settings. So how could it be that we're short on copper if the trains aren't picking up? No overflow chest? I beg to differ. How much copper ore do we have in this block? Very, very little. But we're picking up copper right now. That shows it is working. If it was because I switched off the old Omni smelters, for one thing, we haven't run out of copper in those. I don't know why this is currently... Yeah, I've turned off the drop-off requests here, and it's still running off of this old copper. This is weird. So we do have copper in each of these blocks, at least a little bit. Is the core mining still working? Yes, it is. It's still flowing. I don't understand how we can have 57,000 copper available in these blocks and hardly any copper. Wait, what's the train limit? There's 4 stations, it shouldn't matter, but train limit 1, I think not. Let's go... Let's really bump this up and see what happens. But the train limit is probably not the problem if we've got 0 trains heading for this station right now. If that was stuck at that station, obviously the other one wouldn't get the train going to it. Too few trains to move the ore around? I don't think so. Okay, without using LTN Manager, we can see there's lots and lots of trains sitting in depots at the moment. But I actually want to see what this looks like. I haven't been using it enough. So how do I... Oh, let's go network ID 2. Refresh? That didn't seem to do anything. There's a lot of trains parked at depot. A lot of trains parked at depot. Go to Inventory tab in this thing, LTN Manager. Don't know what that is. Inventory. Oh, this is good. Okay, so in transit 32,000. That's 4 trains of copper. Provided 673,000. Requested 793,000. So why do we only have 4 trains moving copper at the moment. Negative 800k copper ore requested, indeed. So, what's the problem? We saw one train path up here. Do they just not want to go a long way or something? I don't understand. Can I bump up the priority on this just to confirm they're working? I run like 50 updates per tick. Maybe not enough update ticks for LTN to calculate? It hasn't stopped it from sending trains to do other things, but we can try playing with that. Update frequency ticks. When set greater than 1, forces updates per tick to 1. Updates per tick. Ignored if update frequency greater than 1. Limits the number of stops and requests updated per tick. Lower numbers increase performance. We bumped this up once from 1 to 2, I think, and we didn't notice any performance impact. Let's try 10. Worse performance, but throw CPU at Factorio. Yeah, I don't think CPU is our bottleneck on this machine, so maybe we should indulge that a bit more. Wait, now it is back to 60 UPS? That's because the game was paused. Yep. The only other thing I can think of, and I really don't I hope I don't have to do this. Oh, here we go. We have a single train heading to this station with many... well, this series of stations with 7.2 train loads of copper ore available times 4 plus whatever's here. How many blocks can receive ore? Could be only 3 at the moment. This might be the problem. Let's bump this up. I may have gone a little bit overboard. Defuncting the old stations. But... I'm still trying to deconstruct this old block. I'm gonna add another new Omni smelter here. These entities... Right. Oh, wait. Did that just get rid of it? Oh, that's fantastic. You only need to put a ghost and then delete it. The entities that were stuck here that were invisible are... what are they called? Crafting Combinator Blueprint settings. And they get bugged out and get stuck there after the crafting combinators have been deconstructed sometimes. Previously I thought the player character itself had to go there and physically pick up a crafting combinator that was taking up that slot, but it seems you can remove it just by putting a ghost and then getting rid of it. That's very good to know. Why not do a dedicated copper smelter at the copper patch? Because we've got Omni smelters, they can shift gear to craft, to smelt whatever. The reason it's sitting on copper at the moment is I've got it to only update, I think, once every 3 minutes or something. So that we get the most out of our productivity bonuses despite switching recipes. And we've also got some latch sort of behavior in there so that we basically smelt all of the iron. Like when we decide to smelt iron, we keep smelting iron until there's no more iron smelting to be done. Like either we've run out of input or the output is full. Check if station updated at patch. It looks like it, judging by the trains. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Yep. I find it curious, though. So I think literally all of our smelting has been happening at these omni-smelters. And we've had an abundance of resources there for a long time. But copper in particular was the problem just now. Maybe it's just that we consume more copper than other things. Don't forget to change priority at patchback. Yeah, I don't think we need the priority. We've also got a priority on the requesters for this anyway. Okay. That's that mystery solved. Let's get another copper mine completely built. Did we finish the rail here? It looks like it. Not quite. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here, and this goes here, I think. We need to send the spiders back up that way again. Oh, we've already got copper here, so let's get some trains coming in. And I'll see if I can reach a wire from here to here. Fantastic. Disconnect this. That's kind of hard to see, but they're actually both just connected to the power switch. Okay, let's check. So I need to get rid of this connection. Looks good. And I actually need the lead Constructotron to carry power switches as well. At least one of them. Where's our combinators? There we go. Just like 20 is more than enough. Okay, let's get our construction spiders to go back to the ball, dance around a little bit so that the bots can definitely catch up, and back down here. That should get the power switch all connected. And when we check back next, hopefully there is a new copper mine working at full speed. But more to the point, the copper mine that we've already got here is now being used properly. We can tell from the map that the smelters are smelting if there's bots all over the place. Currently on iron. And this one's inactive. Okay, so where are we? We have probably enough. Well, not enough heat pipe, obviously. What else? Copper just got delivered here. That's probably a good sign. Copper plate. There's plenty here. Oh, we must have... There was probably a cargo rocket coming up here recently. And we just had holmium cable delivered as well. Right then. While we're waiting for our poorly thought out logistics to catch up, why don't we pay Alessandro a visit with our artillery boat? Let's first switch off the go home button. We don't want it coming straight back here the moment we launch. Advanced circuits was bottlenecking the nuclear? Yeah, copper was bottlenecking everything. Including advanced circuits. We're still waiting on the copper to actually get to the advanced circuits. But I think... Oh, did we finish? Have we finally got this block available for use? Fantastic. I think those signals are where they're supposed to be. But just to be 110% sure... Oh, there's an extra one. Going to remove them. And going to copy our new Omni smelter design. We may already have enough smelting capacity, but especially in this situation, it doesn't hurt to have extra. And I'll get the Spidertrons. Where are they now, actually? They're currently in the mall picking stuff up. Okay, I'll get them to go and build this stuff right now. On this ship, how does the nuclear work? Does it power the ship in orbit or on land? So we've got a bit of solar just so that if the ship's just sitting somewhere, we won't keep wasting nuclear fuel running on passive power consumption, for example. But other than that, yeah, I've got it set up so that we're reading accumulator charge as speed signal, which is getting fed straight into the spaceship console. So we're setting a signal to say how fast we should go based on accumulator charge. That way, if we're going too fast and losing accumulator charge because lasers are shooting down the asteroids, it'll automatically slow down to reach equilibrium with that. But I mentioned that because that's how we're going to make sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to say speed signal less than 25. So normally this would be A for accumulator, less than 25. That's when we're going to put in a bit more nuclear fuel. Since it's not running right now, it's just sitting at actually a pretty high temperature. Shouldn't the condenser turbines be running right now? If the accumulators aren't full? Maybe they are running very slowly. Yeah, because the ion engines aren't consuming, that's why. So all of our power consumption is just passive laser turrets. We only need 1.1 megawatt. Which is kind of a lot considering we're just sitting here. How is it 1.1 megawatt that we're consuming? 24 kilowatts times 16. So that accounts for 384 kilowatts. The spaceship console consumes 1 watt. 800 watts from inserters. Oh. Minimum consumption from the spaceship ion engine is 6. Two of them together is 666.6 kilowatts. Okay. Anyway, let's figure out where we're going to land. Grab our military spiders. And maybe here. I want to land somewhere where I can get the most out of the artillery. Okay, that's a pretty good spot if we fit there. I don't think we do. This spot? That's pretty cozy. I think we have to land here. Even though it's sort of on the edge. Okay. Anchor. Go. We'll add some more laser turrets in this general direction. Spiders are on their way. Fantastic. I've seen the behemoth biters reach across a wall or two to bite the laser turret, so I'll move these back a little bit. And I keep forgetting I want to bring walls with me. I could make a few. Let's do that. I wonder if that's going to queue up while autosave happens. Okay, but the reactor has no fuel. So when does that kick in? If you don't feed the reactor fuel, it won't generate heat, but the heat won't dissipate in Factorio. Heat never just fades away by itself. So if you use up all of the energy and don't put any fuel in a nuclear reactor, it's going to keep the heat pipe and such, or at least the heat pipe at the furthest point where it first reaches any of the heat exchangers is going to be at like 499 degrees. And the moment you put any nuclear fuel back in the system, it's going to cross over 500 degrees and the heat exchangers are going to start working again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Better if I wear power armor while I'm here. That might be a good idea. I could have died so quickly. Spiders are going to take a minute to get here, but we're not going to get that much aggro from this place. It's running on residual, yeah. The first time that fuel is put in, it's going to take... Like, if the ship manages to launch without any nuclear fuel in, it's going to be running a bit slowly at first because it's going to be running off just solar power. But once the accumulator charge drops low enough, it's going to put some fuel in. It's going to take a while to warm up, and it's going to get going after that. But once it's warmed up once, it basically takes no time to warm up again the next time, because it never cools down properly. Not using jetpack? Not right now. I do have one. The energy shields actually disincentivize using jetpacks. It actually reduces... Wait, does it only do it if I have more than one jetpack? Yeah, normally if I'm going to bother with jetpacks, I have more than one. And as soon as I start flying around, my maximum hit points with the energy shield starts dropping, and it starts draining energy like crazy. Do those condenser turbines lose any water? Yes. They consume 80 steam. Steam to water is 1-to-1, so like 103 water makes 103 steam. But the condenser turbines consume 80 steam per second, and they output 79.2 water per second. So the two of them together are net consuming... Hold on a sec, I don't want to do math while I'm doing this. The two of them together are net consuming 1.6 water per second. Which is not a whole lot. In fact, if not for the symmetry, I probably wouldn't have 2 tanks for this particular design. Although that said, with the standard space truck design that we've got going right now, water actually gets consumed faster than ion. So it's not trivial. I mean, ion consumption is very slow, that's the point of it. I found the shield depletion an okay trade-off for the speed and safety from acid puddles. You can still use the armor plates as weaker shields. Yeah, the armor plates aren't actually really weaker, they're just slower to regenerate. Thank you for the follow, Govo. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. This is one of the things I like about Factorio, that it's like... Okay, to oversimplify it, let's say there's 2 games in Factorio. There's fighting the biters and there's building and designing stuff. Currently, building and designing stuff is on hold because we messed up our copper logistics for a while, so it's going to be a minute before we can do certain things, but we can just switch over to doing something else. And then that also applies to... Oh, that's a little scary. We've got the spiders, it's fine. Yeah, building these walls was a good idea. Isn't the end goal of SE spaceship related? If I recall correctly, there are multiple win conditions, and one of them is building a spaceship that could leave the local cluster. Okay. That might be the last of the counterattacks. I think I will use the artillery remote this time. Down here. It's kind of easier to see on the map. A lot of these worms are going to be killed by interplanetary artillery if we don't use regular artillery, so really it's just kind of cheaper to use it this way. Oh, here's a group attacking. Just gotta make sure they don't actually attack the spaceship. Also, let's get... I can't jetpack over the spaceship walls for some reason. Let's put a roboport here. And our logistic bots. Fantastic. I guess if the roboport is handling repairs, I don't need to have my own roboports. Building a spaceship that goes the speed of light. Normal end goal is really fast spaceship, and then there's an alternative secret goal. Intriguing. Alright, let's hit some more nests. Not going to be super careful. Let's be faster. Main thing is to get the spawners, of course. Alright. Don't want to bite off more than we can chew. So let's give them a minute to attack us. I think we missed one here. Missed a few, actually. And real quick, let's check on our copper situation in Narvis. We actually finished this build already. That's fantastic. And make sure we get those power switches built. Bring our spiders back to the mall after that. Away goes the copper. 83,000 copper. I think we're doing okay now. 31,000 copper. And that's not including what's in the requester chests down the bottom. 67,000 copper. Beautiful. So it really was the train station configuration, I think. Did we run out of repair packs? Sort of. May I ask, how did you get rid of the biters on Narvis? With a combination of big groups of spiders, artillery, walls that have artillery. Oh, there's that interplanetary artillery I was talking about. Completely missing the mark. Or rather, aiming uselessly at a moving target. Yeah, it was We did use weapon delivery cannons, but those are expensive. Those are really just to supplement the efforts of everything else and make sure we clear out the biter expansions as we finish them off. Much like we're doing here and now. That's a good example. I'm looking for one that's about to fire, if I can find it. They're actually mostly in sync. I don't want to stare too long here, or I might be killed by biters. But yeah, apart from the whole battleship thing, it's largely what we're doing now, but on a bigger scale. Alright. Still some big biter groups on the way. This is why I usually just use the auto-target range, because it takes the biters quite a while to actually get here. Oh, I completely forgot about that ship. I was looking for a ship that was heading for Nalvis so we could check something. What was it? Morpheus 1 is leaving, actually. I think I wanted to check if it was getting rid of the used up uranium fuel cells. It's not. Yeah, I'm not surprised, otherwise it would have... I wouldn't have expected it to accumulate so many. So I thought we had something set up here. Read logistic network contents, set requests, and then blacklist anything that's supposed to be here. So the bots should be... There should be a request that's being set here to bring the used up fuel cells to this chest. But something is obviously not working as intended. Oh, that was the wrong weapon. That's really effective, actually. Wow. So, the impression that I'm getting is the Tesla gun doesn't do actual area damage. It's pseudo area damage. It'll hit a finite number of targets. Additional walls are always welcome. There's cliff up here. It's fine. There's only 2 ways in. Oh, I thought you meant the actual walls, as opposed to the ice. But yeah, I think the walls confused them as well. That UPS though. Tesla guns only hit a maximum of 30 enemies, yep. Sounds about right. I meant the biter walls. Biter walls, indeed. Okay, and it seems the weapon delivery cannons only want to aim at biters in motion at the moment. UPS is really a bit painful at the moment. But it'll recover once the biters calm down. I think scanning through like that also impacts it a bit. Wait, what am I doing? This? Slow motion shells. Why are we down to 20 though? What is happening? I need to check as well over here if we've got any bugged crafting combinators. Sometimes they... It's only once for each one, but sometimes they get confused, and if you just spin them around, they recognize that yes, there's a chest here, yes, there's a building here. Missed one left edge of that southeast base. Indeed. Okay, I think we'll stop firing artillery shells at least until the UPS calms down. It's not graphics. Otherwise zooming in would have had an effect there. And we're back up to 32. Something is very on and off big UPS drops. I would think it's biters, but we'd already killed most of them. And it dropped to 20. Are there still more gathering to attack us? Possibly? The last time I thought it was just biters, it turned out to be train stops being enabled and disabled over and over again. So there could be something else weird happening somewhere. I don't know where though. Bots normally don't have much of an impact on it, so I seriously doubt it's because we, like, made a new rail block over here. Oh, this is it. Spider legs looking for a place to go. There's your problem. And that's why it now jumps up with the UPS, and now it's going to drop down a bit again. Yep. For a really clear illustration of this, get about 20 or 30 spiders. We could do it right now if we really want to. Okay, maybe after the biters attack. Get about 20 or 30 spiders, and get them to walk over a very thick wall, like 10 tiles thick. We had occasion for that very often in our Deathworld playthrough. What have we got? 50 chests here? I mean, we can do a bit better than that. How about... No, don't put things in there. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but it might be enough to illustrate the point. No, the spiders can go... they can step anywhere where the chests are. That's not what we're looking for. I don't have any walls on me. I could get the constructions... Oh, what? Oh, of course. Here you go. I could maybe get the construction spiders to do it, but I don't think they're carrying walls normally. Not these days. Wall. 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 No wall. But yeah, flat solar panels in particular, they really struggle with. My guess as to how the algorithm works for looking for a place to put a spider leg is it starts from the obvious position and works its way out in a spiral. So the more difficult it is to find a foothold for each leg, it's going to take longer and longer and longer and longer, exponentially longer for the further the legs have to stretch. Multiply that by, what, 160 times? There must be more to it than that, otherwise I would think a modern computer wouldn't struggle, but I haven't exactly seen the spider leg code. Okay, let's jump back into orbit. Get the spiders off the ship so that we can get the hull stress back down to below 500. What? Oh, there it is. Fantastic. Pick up the... I think I will keep one personal roboport equipped. Grab the turrets, indeed. A little bit of wall was extremely helpful, actually. How many shots do we have left? A lot. And the spiders are fully equipped. We've still got thousands and thousands of rockets. Oh, what? They must have made an expansion. Where's this shell going? Don't tell me that one was just in range and this one isn't. Actually, it probably would have been more expedient if I just sent the spiders over there. I kind of want to see what happens if they make a group to attack and then the spaceship disappears. I'm guessing they just stop. Let's jump into orbit, or close to Alessandro. And they're over here. They're still moving. So I think they just converge on that point. Alright, that's fine. Where should we land next? I want to be greedy this time. That doesn't quite fit. There's not great terrain to hit all of this stuff. We can probably manage in the open, though. I'll land here, have the spiders focus on defending to the south at first, and then have them move up after these spiders have stopped attacking quite so much. Back. Alessandro. And the spiders are going to go here-ish. I'll clear some of these worms first. In fact, I could just have the spiders clear this, and then I'll park myself. That's actually a bigger gap than I thought it was. Park here somewhere. Yeah, we don't have as amazing terrain as we've had in the past. This spot's actually pretty good. Kind of. Yeah, it's actually really good if the ship fits here. Get the spiders to clear it out a little bit. And we'll see if we can land there. Anchor. That's going to be pretty good. Fantastic. Alright, let's check on our regular Factorio things. Like copper. Copper's looking good. 21k plus what's in the requester chests, plus what's in this train. Nothing but copper ore here. We're currently smelting iron though. And no copper ore. And 103,000 copper ore. I think we're probably doing okay. I will keep removing these old blocks so that we can put in the new super fast Omni smelters though. I'm guessing evolution is global and not per surface. Yeah, I believe so. What I might do is take the ship that's closest to coming back to Nauvis from Morpheus. So that would be this one. I'm definitely liking this naming convention. And I'm going to remove the signal that says go back to Morpheus. And then we're going to see what happens. If I check back at the drop-off, I imagine if I give it enough time, maybe the bots are going to pick up the spent uranium fuel cell and put it in this requester chest. I don't see why they would prioritize the core fragments, though. Yeah, we'll have a look when it gets here. Oh, they've pretty much already cleared that. Fantastic. Let's anchor. I hope the spit isn't going to hurt us from below or anything. Unknown key, entity name, acid splash, fireworm, behemoth is in the way. It just stops us from landing. That's unfortunate, but it's already disappeared. Fantastic. Let's get our spiders to sit on the nuclear reactor. I'll put a roboport safely tucked away at the back here again. Add some bots and repair packs. Maybe add some more laser turrets. Probably should have remembered I don't have robots now. And let's use those walls again. For what good that'll do. Here they come. That's actually more reach than I was expecting. Wow. Tesla gun OP. This is a strategy I should have thought of before putting my back to the wall. Although I didn't happen to see terrain this good for that before. Do you have more Tesla ammo on you? Yeah, I'm carrying double stacks. Oh, that's a chunker. I want them aiming at me if possible. Nice. More are coming. Bunch of relatively small groups. But that won't last. Thank you for the follow, Milk Fan Bro. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Do I have lasers? Yeah, I've got lasers. They're just never firing because the targets are already dead. Oh, that's what I needed to pay attention for. And the Tesla gun doesn't want to shoot where I need it. Oh, that's the one downside of this gun. Alright, so apart from bots getting themselves killed, it looks like the north side can be handled by itself. Do you know how the arty turrets acquire their targets? Arbitrarily would be my first thought. Where is that going? It looked like it was about to crash into the ground. Here are some more biters. I should remember I've got the cryo gun as well. How are we doing for repair packs? Lots. Good. Should fill a chest with mines, then your ship could pretty much handle infinite amounts of biters? I haven't played that much with mines, at least not for a long time. Oops, wrong one. More are coming from the south. At the same time, That's kind of scary. Luckily, there's the ice gun. Probably should have switched to Tesla a bit quicker. It's mostly just the spitters that I'm concerned about. Tesla gun, what are you doing? Okay. The walls seem really handy. Yeah, from the prior gun, they really are. Especially if you break up an attack with it. One problem with the way that ammo is not wasted when it's fired automatically is sometimes things are allowed to live longer than they should. Like if there's a rocket tracking one of the biters that's about to die, we won't waste any more laser on it. That was the wrong gun again. It always surprises me how long the counterattacks last for. But I think we might be in the clear now. Nope, not just yet. Let's check the south. That's probably the most important place. Alright, good. We're just about done here. And hopefully we've got those resources we need when we go back to Nauvis orbit. Not sure if memeing or serious. Train signals? What's eating most of the FPS at the moment? I'm not sure. Alright, are we done here? Let's go back to Nauvis. Get the spiders to go back home. I'll get them to roll over these bases. They should be able to do that quite easily. And get them to clean up what's left in this general direction before they get home. Thank you for the follow, Chucky and Dr. Dolomite. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Integrity check. We're good. Let's pick up... Well, first of all, let's pick up our Roboport. And then our laser turrets. I'll take the walls back. Fantastic. And press the go home button. Are we... There we go. Nice. Alright, let's see. The ship isn't here yet. It's Morpheus 2 that I wanted to use to check the system that's supposed to take the used up uranium fuel cells out. We've also got a few extra bots hovering this time. It's fine. How far are we from our destination? 1 minute and 10 seconds. Let's check on resource flow in Nauvis. Actually, maybe it's quicker to look at this. 364k copper ore available. We're still asking for 559,000. 88,000 in transit. That's 11 trains. That's definitely a lot better than before. 140k copper plate here. That's a very good sign. 44k here. 60k. And 0 currently. What about in Nauvis orbit? Do we have copper and red circuits? Looks good. We have copper at the red circuit production areas? Not yet. Oh, it's coming. Nope, that's green circuits. Well, if green circuits are being consumed, we must have had some copper delivered here at some point. Do you have enough depots at the base? Do you mean like depots for the trains to stop in? Or drop-off points? Or... We've got a drop-off that could be used for copper here that's vacant at the moment. So I think it's probably fine. Yeah, it looks okay to me. Nice. 12 seconds till we're back home. Oh, and artillery shell shooting speed research is getting done as well. That's good. So we know material science is still working. What else was I about to check? Oh yeah, I almost forgot to check all these planets. Renoto, I think we looked at. Renoto. No, I haven't. If it's priority 0. Vitamelange, 1% threat. That's nice. Not that far away. Parent Angelus. We already go there and back. Wait, so that's a new planet in Angelus? Yeah, it is. Renoto. There's a mysterious structure there. Maybe I should pay it a visit. Anyway, I'll just mark that one as we've looked at it. What's next? Stormhurst. What? Did I misread that? S-T-R-O-M, Stromhurst. Erudite. Moderately far away. Huge planet with tons of biters. No thank you. What's next? Petho. Yeah. Petho. Iron. 17% threat. Decent sized planet. Hardly any solar. Is it waterless? No. So we could run it off of nuclear. It's kind of far away. It's definitely a candidate. We don't have a lot of good choices for iron or copper. What was next? Cadmus. We've already looked at that. Oh, that's the 3% threat. Really big. Copper. Moderately far away. Waterless. Yeah, I think that will be our copper planet at this rate. Essenudrius. Essenudrius. Iridite again. Threat 100%. No thank you. Moderately small. Not too far away. Probably won't be going there. And last but not least is Orchard. Copper. 7% threat. Moderately small-ish planet. Not too far away. Maybe that's going to be our copper. So the other copper one was... Let's see. There's 4 copper core planets. 67% threat, really big, waterless. No thank you. 3%, really big, waterless. Definitely worth considering. 100% waterless. I would say no thank you, but it's quite small. Except it's also really far away, so I don't think it's worth the effort. And this one... really small biter threat. Fairly small planet. Quite close. This one's also almost as close. Really big. Oh wait, that's the wrong one I was looking for. This one's much further away. Huge planet. Hardly any biters, but you have to clear a huge planet. And it's waterless. I think we'll be going to Orchard. Solar's actually decent as well. It's one of the later biology researchers, the plague rocket. Yeah, it's quite late. Bio 4, I think. Bio 4. Alright then, let's turn off the go home button so we don't immediately come back home next time. What do we have here? We still don't have a whole lot of any of this. Why are we stuck on pipes of all things? 500 pipes. I probably don't have a big enough logistic request up here, that's why. Alright. That's that mystery solved. Train is currently bringing landfill. Heat pipe might be a different matter. Let's check though. Heat pipe. All 4 of the main nuclear things. I might not be asking for enough. Yeah, let's bump that up a bit. Oh, definitely not asking for enough heat pipe. Wow. I wonder if that was the only problem the whole time. At least in the short term. We had to wait for landfill anyway, but still. Did we end up filling a rocket with landfill? Not even a little bit. Oh! Speak of the devil, we're picking it up right now. Oh, we do have... No, we don't. This is actually the first time we've sent landfill here. And it's just picking it up. It's going to take a minute because that's the old loading system. Did we make enough landfill to pick it up from here? Not even remotely close. Wow. I'm actually... Wait, products finished 2,700, 2,700... About 10,800, which isn't enough to fill a train. But why is there only 40 landfill here? Because it's being brought into the... okay. Is it okay if we do it that way? No, we're going to constantly have trash trains picking up the landfill here. I want it to be available to the logistic network, not... not like this. So next time landfill is picked up from here, it's going to be picked up by a long train. You can also clean a planet using a glaive energy beam. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Doesn't remove vitamelange, no unpleasant side effects. Yeah. Once we've done a bit more playing around with spaceships, where is it? Beam? Here we go. That might be... We need tier 3 of 3 sciences. So I still have a decision to make as to whether I want energy 3 or material 3 first. I'm thinking probably material 3 because it's going to give us, what was it, another 300 spaceship structural integrity to begin with. But there's probably some cool stuff behind energy 3 as well. Oh. We can... This is probably just a prerequisite, but we can knock that off. Strong, lightweight beryllium pressure vessel with an internal lattice that lets certain fluids compress beyond their normal limits. That's not really a thing, is it? Also, why do I have core fragments of beryl? Send that to the trash. Okay, so how loaded is our spaceship? We're still looking for landfill. We've got pipe. Fantastic. Thank you for the follow, Snaper. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Right, let's make sure... Pipe, there's only 100. We need more. Oh, we're already trying to make more than that. That's not a good sign. Why don't we just make sure there's reserves of these things? Condenser turbine, we probably don't need a whole lot. So what are we actually making right now? Trying to make nuclear plants, but there's no red circuits. Actually making... everything else, I think. Red circuits, let's see. 0. We're finally making them. Fantastic. Advanced circuit. Look at that over the last hour. Nothing until 18 minutes ago. I mean, it's pretty wavy in general because of the sort of builds we use, but still. Over the last 10 minutes, we're looking at 4.9k per second. 1.9... sorry, 31.9 per minute. I misread that. 5,000 per minute versus 31 per minute over the last 10 minutes or the last hour. Oh, that's a ship. Is it the one I set to stay here? Cool. Let's see. Used up uranium fuel cell. Should be. It is getting sent over here. Okay, cool. That's actually all working. We're just going through more fuel cells than I would have imagined. Right, let's set that back to everything. $31 per minute was flat solar, not... Oh. Advanced circuit. Derp. It was red, and I'd typed in ADV. Flat solar panel 2. There's no reason, unless it reads the description, that should be included here. Advanced circuit. Last 5 seconds, 6.3k per minute. 4.9k per minute. 1.7k per minute. Even less over the last 10 hours. Yeah, so we're catching up. Might take a little while to get a cargo rocket full, though. Or not. Okay, then. I think it's going to take another train trip to fill this. But the real question is, when can we go on a trip? Pretty sure this is more heat pipe than we need, but good. Nuclear reactor. Oh, we've already got, like, way more nuclear reactors than we need. That's fine. Belts are good. We've got some more room here if we need it, but we don't. Did we get cliff explosives? Yeah, I think that's part of the standard package. It's only 16 though. Does that block have enough storage chests for intermediate storage? You mean like up here? I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Should I take some extra? I think it's just gonna logistic trash it. Typically need 4 times the heat pipes per heat exchanger on average, depending on the layout. Yeah, this design is 488 per 112. So this is actually measured. Although, I guess we can drop this request down a bit. Anyway, we've definitely got enough. Oh, what about steam turbines? We've got a few, but nowhere near enough, I think. Steam turbine. Okay, can we stop? It's doing the thing again. Oh, I remember why it's doing this. That's not actually a problem. I'm gonna stop trying to make so many nuclear reactors. And what we really need right now is steam turbines. Not to mention landfill. I can probably knock down the request for heat exchangers, heat pipes as well. At least for now. Let's update this. And what are we trying to make? Nothing here, that's weird. Hold up, what was I waiting on? Steam turbines. How many steam turbines are here? 12. How many are we trying to build? 500. So how do we have a machine that's not trying to make any... Oh, there it is. And it's bottlenecking on the bots and or inserters bringing copper and pipe. Okay. So we're just waiting on steam turbines and then we can get this thing done in one. What have we got here? Only 2.2k plus 1.1. 3.3k landfill is not going to cut it if we need to build this in the ocean. I might even build it somewhere else at this rate. Got our military spiders. Which planet were we going for again? I forgot. Oh, Albin. I think it was Albin. No, Albin's the one with no biters. We might go there at some point, but there was a different one that I was thinking of colonizing, wasn't there? Maybe it was probably the copper one. Orchard, perhaps? I thought we had a different target earlier, though. Orchard's kind of too good to pass up, though. It's also got a mysterious structure. Okay, let's set this thing to Orchard. And do I want to reveal Orchard already? I don't think so. Not if there are biters there. I'm sure if there's an ocean, we'll find it. Puddles, eccentric, woods, humid, warm and cool, canyons. Thank you for the follow, Lausch Drift. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay. It really does take a ludicrous amount of stone to make landfill. But I really just want the steam turbines before we go. How is it we still just have 4 in this chest? Also 200, that's probably going to be too big. Stack size is 10, isn't it? Yeah, 10. So that's 20 stacks. We've got 14. Right, we'll put the steam turbines in here then. As much as I hate to separate them. Thank you for the follow, Tex Gordon. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You seem to have room for more chests. Yeah, I just wanted to keep the nuclear stuff together if I could. Are we requesting? We should be requesting steam turbines. Condenser turbine 50, steam turbine 20. Well, there's part of your problem. Let's bump that up to 300. And see how many... We've still only got 12 steam turbines? How can that be? Don't tell me the spiders have been picking those up. I mean, do tell me that. Tell me I've actually got hundreds of steam turbines here. I'm not seeing any. I don't think they do. Steam turbine. No, they're not carrying steam turbines. So where are they going? I saw... Whoops. I saw steam turbines getting built earlier. There's no way we just had 12 this whole time. Oh, we suddenly have, 432. What? How did I type that wrong earlier? How did I miss that? They were built incredibly slowly? Oh, they might have been... I don't know if they were stuck in... If the recipe just changed and there were a lot in the output... No, I don't think that's it either. Well, they should be on their way by now in any case. Fantastic. I think once this train gets here, we're going to get going. And hope to God we didn't forget anything, because unlike with cargo rockets, we can't just instantly send something if we're just using spaceships. Is there anything I should carry that I'm not already? I should bring some construction spiders. I think I have a requester chest for spiders here. Yeah. Let's just request like 10. I do have this spare spider over here just sitting there after I forget what experiment. I've lost track of my speedy spider again. There it is. Okay, cool. Slow jetpack. Feels weird. Let's swap these out. What have you got? Laser things. Let's make you a construction spider. That's jetpack. As much as I would love to put jetpacks on spiders, unfortunately it is illegal. And I'll just pick them up for now. We can easily give it the logistic requests later with auto trash mod. And there's our turbines. Beautiful. Let's get rid of the requests for random barrel core fragments. Don't know what I'm gonna do with the combinators, but for now I'll just blank these. And the outposter is ready to go. Pulse stress, 498. Let's get going. Nice. So where is Orchard, actually? I think I forgot to check which... There it is. Down to the so-called southeast, about as far away as Anglers. We've got our spiders. We've got our stuff to build. I should have brought more bots. We do have some extra in here, though. Okay, I am going to... Whoa, what? I'm going to take a quick break. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Till then, take care. Okay. So first thing I want to patch on this ship is get rid of this unnecessary arithmetic combinator. But the way the wires are connected... Well, we're not actually using this logic on this ship, but I would like to, if I can, figure out how I'm going to patch the other ships with this. Worst case, I might have to put down a little mini power pole just to connect something here. Let's see. Why am I reading from two of these? That might be a mistake. It's effectively fine, it just means accumulator charge has to drop below 25% before we put fuel in. But I think I did that by accident. Yeah, it looks like it's the same all over the place. Oh, I may have done that deliberately so that... I could have just done ×2. Our target speed is significantly higher than it would otherwise be. Well, I think I should probably just... build this ship for manual use. And... oh, anchor target... anchor clamp is going to be different. I think this will be the one ship that I want to return to this gantry. We need to use a number that I haven't used yet, so I think we're up to 5, which is our battleship. On Nauvis, we've got 2 and 3, I think. 2 and 4. What's number 3? Did I skip it? This one's number 1. Yeah, I think we skipped 3. Okay. Well, our manually driven utility ships are going to have signals 1, 2, and 3 for the anchors. You are number 6, indeed. Alright, so I'm going to remove that. I don't think we need any circuit wire on our buffer chests. Oops. So let's not confuse ourselves for the moment. This I might keep as a standard. I'm just gonna set these to... I'm gonna turn them out of the way for the moment until I'm done debugging. Whoops. Okay, so we don't need this. We want to set our speed based on accumulator charge. We know our top speed's below 100, so that's all we need. And we're going to have to set this to speed signal, less than 25%. That's our target speed signal, to be clear. I could move this constant combinator over here if we want the red wire to still connect the way it did on the other ones. So that we can have that same bit of logic built into the gantries themselves. Save some combinators on the ships. Yeah, I think that's basically it for this ship. We're going to be setting the destinations manually. I could add a constant combinator to send it back to Nauvis like we've got on our battleship. I don't actually have one on the our first ship, which is fine, I suppose. So I'm going to copy this. Except, I'm going to remove the anchor signals. Do we want to be sending the anchor signals if we're not automatically trying to go somewhere? I guess not. 3 and 3. Switch this off. Connect like so. Get rid of this. Okay. Maybe it would look slightly better if this wire connected this way. And we don't have to be connecting to a separate accumulator for that. Okay. How far are we? 31 minutes out. We've barely left. That's fine. Everything seems to be going... Oops. Going smoothly with Morpheus. Wait, how much have we got here? 114,000 feral core fragments. It may be the case that we need more ships. We do have one arriving now. That's going to take half of it. This is going to... Yeah, we might need more ships to keep up with the core miners on Morpheus. Well, there has to be a bottleneck somewhere. Interstellar map turned off during daytime. Indeed, I never noticed that. So these things that we're pointing at are technically combinators? Or something? Whatever available stuff the mod users, the mod writers cobbled together to make an interstellar map in Factorio. Kind of impressive. Wait, that was Keto Bar. I think I remember that being good somehow. Threat 0% and it's got Iridite. That is very attractive. We'll definitely be visiting that when it comes to infinite research time. Alright, what should we do while we're in transit? Check on our copper. 101k, it's looking very, very good. 61k, 73k, and 0. Weirdly enough. But I think our... Okay, how can there be so much copper, but it's not being delivered? Maybe I need to... Oof. Okay, all of these have 2 pickup stations being used at the same time. I think we need to patch the pickup stations, these Omni smelters. So what's Stardew? Stardew is an interstellar bit of... It's an asteroid field. And this is where we need to go to get Naquitite. It is incredibly close to our home star for one of these, from what I understand. And, I mean, look at it. How much closer could it be? The amount of Naquitite is not great, but who cares? It's... You couldn't ask for a much better... a much better zone to get our first Naquitite from, I imagine. Water, ice, copper ore... Where do we find that exotic stuff? It might be a bit difficult to find. Actually, this isn't like horizontal like the asteroid fields. Let's do a scan of it, I think. Got patches of 1,000,000 copper really close to the center. So I missed that. What is Stardew? Stardew is this place. It's an asteroid field in the middle of nowhere. Might be an incredibly, really tiny patch with a high amount, yeah. I mean, any Naquitite patch would be welcome. From an asteroid field that's so close. $9.7 million iron. Stone, water, ice. Does it have like a... Surely it doesn't have like a size limit, right? I mean, it's not going to tell us a radius or something. Less than 10,000 delta V away. That's amazing. If I remember correctly, even with decent rarity, they were nowhere near the normal patches in size. Yeah, I would probably expect that. I mean, it would not surprise me. We should be able to see it from the map though, right? When the scanner goes over it. Asteroid fields are infinite in both axes. Okay. How long should we scan before we give up on Naquitite, I wonder? I haven't seen a speck of it yet. What's this? Water. That's uranium, isn't it? Yep. Or mine the asteroids? Of course. Just slap down a core mining drill. What do you mean, can't build on asteroid? Yeah, I'm not seeing any Naquitite. At all. We might have to explore a big chunk of this before we find any at this rate. Sounds like normal asteroid mining to me. What, the part where we can't find the Naquitite, or core mining it? Both, really? Yeah, I didn't think it would take this long to at least find a speck of it. If this can go in infinite if this can go infinitely, I don't want to just leave it running. Especially if we don't end up finding any Naquitite. If anything, we should probably go from the center. Where is the center now? I have no idea. Just keep going in one direction for a while. Definitely trim the surface once you write the field off to limit the save file size, yeah. Fortunately, there's no biters. Well, I hope there's no biters in an asteroid field. The map gen kind of lags behind as well. Oh! We found some! 10,000. Naquitite. Delicious. 2 sulfuric acid per mining operation. Okay. That's gonna be fun. Actually, I'm really glad we found that out before trying to send something to mine it. So the only fluid that you ever need for mining is sulfuric acid, it seems. Maybe it's not possible to mod it in, so it requires a different fluid. Then again, why would you need a different fluid? Leave a map ping for it? That is a great idea. Let's do that. It's so small. Aquitite. First, aquitite. Hog. Actually, I can't even see under it. Oh. What? How do... Okay, let's move the tag a little bit. Am I spelling that right? Not quite tight. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Let's leave it at that. And speaking of leaving it at that, it is getting to be about time to finish the stream for today. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? As I leave the spaceship screensaver running. That is enough for maybe a nice necklace or something? No, don't tell me that. Oh no. Alright, who's streaming Factorio? Sephonated? Dropped in earlier. Let's maybe give them a look. Diablo's up to his old tricks. It's been a while since I raided him, but usually when I raid him, he's trying to finish, and that was when I used to finish an hour earlier than this, so maybe let's not this time? Question mark? Okay. In before 10k makes one data card. I'm curious as to what exactly you can make with Naquitite. Might have a decision to make if there's barely any to be found there. Alright, let's drop in on Sephonated for today. It feels weird having this robo network here. I keep mousing over that. Alright, thank you all for watching. Do take care, and I'll see you next time. Check out the Discord or Blueprints if you're interested. If you have any questions or anything, by all means. You'll find other fields that will become an important resource. Yeah, of course, I just want to get it from the first ridiculously close by field that we found, for starters. And, thanks for hanging out, Fat Boy. Chucky, Inua, Midden. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, give me a break! Oh, Fortley, give me a break! You never give me a break! Oh, the big ass spiders coming in. Tyrannosaurus Rex, dude. Thank you so much for the follow, dude. For the raid. Jeez. Why do you always caught me off guard there? Damn, how is your Factorio run going after I've left so rudely and didn't say that? I'm so sorry, bro. Yeah, the follow. How you doing? And how you doing, everyone? Welcome, welcome. Oh, man, it's always when someone... I think it's like the third time or second time Tyrannosaurus Rex that you actually got me like off point here. But how you doing? Don't panic, Seth. I know stop panicking. I'm always panicking, right? And Aurorasaurus, welcome, welcome. Kind of feel like we already have 2 dinosaurs in the chat now. Oh. It didn't go too bad. Still playing with new ships, kinda. Yeah, so I was really interested about that Tyrannosaurus. Like the way that you can basically fly from position to position. I mean, that looks really, really interesting. That was really cool. And I have no idea how you set it up, but there's probably some in your mod packs that allow you to do it. Why is this even in there? Efficiency modules? Are you kidding me? Get them out of here. Don't need efficiency modules in these. Let's cost then. But that was really, really something that, like, I haven't seen anyone, you know, doing that. And then I saw you flying from one point to another. I was like, wait, how does that even work? How does that even work? But it all started to make sense the longer I start watching. But that was like flabbergasting for me.